Alright, here we are. It's been a bit of a time jump. As I said at the end of last stream, I was going to be running the game off stream a bit. It turns out I managed to run it quite a bit. Put something like 80 hours into the game over the past couple days, just letting it run while I was asleep and whatnot. We were at Research Prod 74. Was what we were working on last we talked. And now we're almost done with 80. So gotten about 6-7 levels done, give or take. The time's really starting to get up there, though. This is like a 15-hour research. I did finish one level of RoboSpeed, the one we're working on, and yeah, the next one, we're up to 30 hours now. What else? What else happened while I was offline? Hey, Rational. I did some tweaking on the Prometheum ships. I got another one online. We're at 6 now. It seems like I can more or less run 6 and sort of stay below 60. It might occasionally dip when, everything lines up just wrong. But this is what the bar looked like for science for the last 50 hours. So there you go. Like, that's the one I posted on Discord where, it was starting to dip a bit. The high spikes are when I switched to robot speed. The lower ones are obviously Research Prod. And that's when I got the 6th ship online, was about there. So as you can see, able to run it for a good bit longer. It still sort of kind of dips toward the end, but yeah, we're able to run it for, basically, at least, 1.9 million plus, But yeah, that stretch right there was from, 15 hours to 7, so that was, an 8-hour stretch right there. That was yesterday. So, yeah, we sort of need to decide how high level of Research Prod we're going to get. I was kind of thinking 90 would be a good spot to stop, because at 90, it's a nice round number regarding this stuff. Where, right now we're at 890, so the Research Prod 90 would be a nice 1,000%. I did some napkin math. My numbers are probably not right, because, I just kind of did it all in my head. And I was rounding and shit. But I kind of tried to roughly estimate how many hours it would take to go from Research Prod 80 to 90 at 2 million SPM, and the number I got was something like 500 hours. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Literally 500 hours. So even if I left the game, I would have to leave the game on for over a month straight, constantly, to get to 90. So I don't know if we're gonna get to 90. Maybe wind up doing low 80s or something. We'll see. The Toxic Whale, Smitty. A 2-to-1. I mean, I can basically maintain just pure Research Prod. I more or less, it dips a little. This is not even close to 2-to-1. This is 4 to 5-to-1. But yeah, the thing with 2-to-1 is, I have to be at the PC to flip the research back and forth. I increased the novice buffer for Prometheum Science to 4.5 million. And yeah, as I said, we have 6 ships operational now. And every time they come in, they're bringing, something like 735-ish K, depending on RNG. This one hit a bit lower for some reason. 724K. The theoretical max should be 250 or 750K. but it's still venting a little bit. I need to like watch the ships more closely. It's kind of hard to make any changes that would allow me to process those eggs if we're not getting enough, because I can't really speed the ship up very easily. Why is the background like... You see that? The fucking background is like pulsing at like 1 frame a second. Here, let me restart the game. The game's been running for, like several days now. Let me just reset it. I'm massively inflating my Factorio playtime now as well. There's always that. You can always run Prometheum 100% of the time. It's going to be lower SPM. That's really what it boils down to. The Prometheum ships will take up like literally half your UPS total. Right? Like people have done like Megabases where they focus on running everything all the time. And they're like 2 million SPM basically, more or less the same as this. It's by far the most UPS intensive, yeah. What else? Yeah, see, now it's moving properly. Yeah, apparently the game didn't really enjoy being left online for fucking like 80 hours straight. My PC is probably crying. What else? I did have to clear some more space on Gleba. Twice, actually. So two different times I had to take the spiders around the edge and push things back a good bit. So, yeah, it turns out the cloud was going to get bigger just by running research prod. So, I don't know, it probably needs to be pushed back even further. I've kind of been checking it once a day. But yeah, there was one day where like I got woken up by hearing like sounds of shit being destroyed. Because, yeah, there had been pentapods like spawning and just attacking. I just fucking Alt-F4'd the game and went back to sleep. I was like, I'll fix it later. I'm not waking up for that shit. But that was like the only day that it didn't run for a little bit. Other than that, it's been running pretty much non-stop. And yeah, I've been switching between research prod and bot speed a little bit, but it's been like 80% research prod, obviously. I made a short list of the things I did off stream, so yeah. I had to expand Gleba twice. I deleted 2 of the quality platforms. I just went ahead and hit the trash can button. Because we were basically, at the UPS limit. And I was trying to get back whatever I could. So we're only running 1 now, which seems to be fine. It's, been fine running 1 for a while, most likely. But, yeah, I just hadn't gotten around to destroying them. But seemed like we were at the time to do it. I wrote down better Volk barrels. And I have no idea what I meant by that. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I wrote down better Volk barrels. I need a translator. Started getting a little fancy with the concrete, but not too fancy. But yeah, overall I didn't do that much work. What else? Yeah, so the most work I probably did was regarding the Prometheum ships. Because I was getting additional ones online. And I was also trying to, save UPS, so I did wind up doing the grabber clocking. So, yeah, that's actually what the clocking looks like. Activating 1 every 5 ticks or something. Yes, that somehow is more UPS efficient than not doing it at all, go figure. It's not the kind of thing you would figure out organically, that's for sure. I cleaned up a good amount of the circuitry. Here's the clocking system. Just a basic timer. And then sending the check mark. Cleaned up a lot of the circuit. There's only one arming switch now. Disables the thruster stacking and the alarms with one switch that's enabled by default. Which, you know, the switch being enabled or disabled by default, which, yeah, you can see I have like a template ship now just to make deploying changes easier. Where the fuck did my music go? Oh, Pandora has been really like shitting itself lately. I might have to go to Spotify today. Hey, Aurora. How you doing, man? Everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart. So yeah, we just have one switch now, and this... Now, it takes that as the input to disable it. Just cleaned up a lot of how everything was arranged here. Improved the dashboard a little bit. This indicates power, or to be more accurate, hibernation. And I added an indicator for the bathroom key. So it becomes much easier to see which ship has it, which would be this one right now, which is one of the few ships that has not been upgraded to the new version. I think there's 2 ships that have not... Yeah, it's still venting a bit. We need to keep an eye on it. And maybe adjust things accordingly. I wonder if I should put that back to 40k. Well, how are you getting output full? I've never seen output full on that before. Yeah, we're gonna be keeping a close eye on these tonight, obviously. Has that been happening on all of them? Like... Yeah, like all the others seem to be fine. I could do 2 output inserters on this to 1 input inserter here. But it wouldn't really help because they're both going through the belt. Would it? Yeah, I'm surprised you're having... I've never seen a ship do that. I don't know if something went wrong on this one or what, but I have no idea what. We'll try to keep an eye on this one on the way out, I guess. So yeah, that gets you all caught up with what I did off stream. Yeah. We have a bunch of clocking to do this week. I want to redesign the Gleba blade. I mean, potentially, I don't know, the current fix is kind of working, but we really should redesign the head at some point. So maybe it can consider doing a flow through. I was thinking we'd do that tomorrow. I kind of want to just put out fires today because there's still a few burning smoldering somewhere. Did you just resub Smitty, or did you just not have your badge showing? Because if you subbed, I didn't get a notification. It didn't show your icon for the first few messages, and now it's showing it. Core! Nice watch streak, bro. Are the output inserters clocked? On this? No. No, there's no clocking on the Promethean chips. They use Prime? Well, I don't know why I didn't get a message. But thanks for the resub, man. So yeah, alright, well, let's start. I want to go to a kilo. There's a few things I want to do there. And then probably we're going to get into clocking here pretty soon. Because, yeah, I mean, it sucks to do. I'm really starting to hate it, but there's not that much left to do. We also need to talk about, even though we just designed this, we need to talk about potentially redesigning these to do uncommon science. We'll probably do Vulcanus Uncommon first. Because for that, I literally just need the tungsten and the coal in uncommon. And then everything else follows from those two ingredients. And that won't require any change to the blade itself, just with what we feed it with. Cryo going to uncommon is obviously a bit more complicated, since this cannot be easily refactored to do uncommon holmium. I would have to design an island just for making uncommon holmium. Probably, like, literally just dispose of everything else. And make only uncommon holmium. And launch that. Are you having a holmium issue? It's not that bad. But yeah, I mean, there's no doubting we're in the final stretch at this point. As I've said before, we're going to get this base to 6 million or so. And then we're going to go play other games. Honestly, probably for a while, I think. Before we come back to Factorio. I was kind of like saying I'd do one game, then come back. But I'm kind of... Oh, shit. We might have to... We might have to, like, shift the whole fucking island. I don't even know. This is why you gotta be careful with where you place it. I'm gonna say this almost feels like one of those problems you just ignore. And just build other islands instead, because, like, yeah, fuck. That really sucks. Might try to squeeze in some mining prod levels today, too. This is still 3 hours, yeah. Yeah, even though it's 80% done, still another 3.5 hours to finish it. That's awesome. Cost me nothing? Technically true, I guess. It's actually one of the only reasons I still keep Amazon Prime. If they remove the Prime sub from Amazon Prime, I would heavily reconsider keeping it. It's the only sub-service I still have since gotten rid of Netflix. They keep increasing prices and shit, and there's like nothing on there anymore. And those are the only two I had to begin with. Yeah, it's gonna keep spitting out warning lights. Missing half a belt of scrap is gonna short it. Everything is balanced around. Everything going fully. So yeah, I'm still aiming to wrap all that up by the end of the month. The one big thing that I think that's changing in terms of how we're gonna do things is the 6 million jump will be like the last thing we do. Like it'll be like at the very end. Like we can set things up for it. A lot of the novice stuff is already set up. Red and green, blue, and gray are already set up for the 6 million scale, and the belts are hooked up and everything. So it's just purple and yellow that would need to be added, and then of course the corresponding off-world sciences. But as I said, we're basically UPS capped out right now. Like, I know it's showing 13, but that's just because not all the ships are out there right now. Because I was switching research back and forth. You'll see in a bit, like, as the ship heads out, and then this one heads out. Oh, you actually need a refactor here. Now's a good time to do it. Let's do it now. Oh, yeah, and I added a... Oh, okay, it's not added to this yet. It's added to the new ones. Of course, I click on the other one. The only other one that's not one of the new ones. But yeah, I've got a dry dot group in that now. Where I can just send that easily. Just add that in there right now. Alright, so you head to Vulcanus for upgrade to the new version. But yeah, I mean, I'll be showing you guys the UPS as we continue tonight. But yeah, as I said, we're basically capped out, and no amount of clocking or UPS improvements is gonna let me run Prometheum. What is this song? It's like this apparently new Ladytron album or single that I missed. I haven't heard this one. Don't screw it up! Okay, it's mostly the same. The changes are occurring, like, here. Alright, well, that's it. Just a quick little upgrade. Yeah, I don't care about you having other excess material. That's fine. Go to a kilo now. Alright, that just leaves... That just leaves you, 12, I believe. Yeah, all the ones with the 4 light configuration. Oh, there's 2. No, 12 was upgraded. It's just ship 7. Yeah, it's just ship 7, the rest are upgraded. Exclusively because of the free shipping is use Amazon lockers in your house. Once Australia puts those lockers, you might get rid of them. Yeah, I mean, I still get some stuff off Amazon. The unfortunate reality is that it's still like the cheapest and most convenient way to get a lot of things. I mean, retail everywhere is just dying. Like, I remember when I was building my PC, I actually went to the local Best Buy to see what graphics cards they had in stock, to see if maybe I could get like a deal on like a 4080 or a 4090. I basically walked in there like ready to drop like, you know, over $1,000, like, you know, $1,500, $2,000 on a graphics card. And you know what they told me? They had never gotten any 40 series cards. And this was like not at release, right? This was a couple years later after the 40 series had been released. This was, you know, what, like early 2024? And they're like, yeah, we just don't get any. And so I'm kind of like, okay, goodbye then. Like, give it for nothing. But yeah, retail is just fucking dead. Like, you know, there's a little, oh, go to your brick and mortar. The brick and mortar doesn't have anything. How many ships did we lose? Only 1. Yeah, the one that died to the Wriggler that I posted on Discord is, fortunately, the only one that blew up. Yeah, like, I hate to say it because I hate to admit the truth even to myself. But other than clocking, there's not a lot of things left on the to-do list at this point, at least important things. I mean, there's a couple, like, things I wrote down, which I probably won't wind up doing. Here, we can go through the list right now. Redesign quant chip blade to make more lithium. I did that. I already removed one thing a second ago. I already forgot what it was, because it was stupid. Prometheum ship alarm if velocity drops below a certain threshold. A little shattering. It's not the worst idea, actually. We could add that. Yeah, other dashboarding improvements to blades. Like, I have shit written down, like, clean up the belt factory, but is it even really worth it at this point? I mean, if this was good enough up to this point, like, who cares about improving it, right? I don't know. But there was a while where, like, I wanted to redo this for better direct insert and shit. And maybe less red inserters. Maybe we can try that at some point, but... Yeah, I mean, at this point it feels like I'm just grasping at straws. to find things to do so that I don't have to go clock things. I wrote down redesign Fog Islands with legendary silo trick for the BC and LDS. Yeah, there's like a console command you can put in to generate a legendary recipe in a silo. Even if it's a it doesn't matter what quality the silo is. And if you have it set to the legendary recipe, and you can make that like in the sandbox and then import it so you don't have to use the console in your live game. Like the blueprint import's just fine. But yeah, I've written down redesign Fulgora Island to the legendary silo trick for BCLDS. The idea being that we could insert the blue chip and LDS into the silo and handle it that way, but I mean, it's like, given the state of things, is that even worth it? You know, with the islands Vader has, and even just with the state that this is currently in, is that really big a deal? It would be, you know, instead of coming out here, it would just go into the silo, and then I would pull it out like here or something, like, yeah, like whatever kind of thing, man. I don't know. What else? Oh yeah, fix laser turrets on late game ship designs. Yeah, I need to do that. Adjust Vulcanus final foundry setup so that the pumps don't get blocked. Yeah, we tried that. We tried that. There's no real easy way to do that. Yeah, there's really no way to do that. We can just take that off the list. But yeah, we're at the point where we're going through like the long range, long term to-do list now. I wanted to make a small adjustment to the Gleba carbon blade so that it could generate spoilage if needed without needing to be botted in, but I don't know. That would require basically a full redesign. Because, yeah, right now the whole thing is botted in. They do use a good bit of spoilage, you know, 16 per second. Could also start working on belting in rocket parts to various off-world shit. Like the Gleba blades. The Vulcanus blades. The Aquila blades. Well, the Aquila blades are like the only ones that actually have the rocket parts on the interior. And it's actually harder to move them to the exterior because of my heat pipe configuration. So, I don't know. I wanted to work on the kilo supply blade so the ammonia voider can output more. We're probably going to work on that now in a little bit. Quality ship 1 constant. Yeah, there's a lot of just like minor refinements to designs kind of thing. So we'll bounce between those and clocking. Sorry, I'm just looking through my notes right now. It's been like a while since I cleaned this up. And there's all this gibberish and just temporary notes that I made, which are no longer relevant. Yeah, I've written down that like the supply blade needs to be able to give more ammonia multiple times. Alright. Let's start making changes. Okay, I want to improve you. There's a reason I'd been avoiding adjusting this. But now I want to do something to it. Oh, that's regular concrete. This wasn't at max distance, right? Correct. I want to go like that. But of course, that shit's still happening. How many did I have? 9 before? 12? Like that. Maybe I should try to have the exact same distance between top and bottom. Alright, so you're what? 14? Oh, hold on. I should never move the whole thing. You're 16. You're 14. So you... Well, there's 3 tiles. It's not an even number, is it? Yeah, my blades are 109 tiles tall, including the top and bottom, unfortunately. So just do it slightly taller on the top, like 16 here, 16, 17. Something like that. Budgie, grats on your 65. Connecting heat pipes? Yeah, I mean, these had them because I just hadn't cleaned it up yet. Most of them are disconnected. Yeah, the majority of them are disconnected. But yeah, that's something we'll be doing, well, very, very soon. Oh, you mean the bottom ones in the spacer? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess the other one doesn't technically need it, but whatever. Yeah, I realized what you meant. Looks ugly as shit. I kind of feel like I should maybe do a concrete around the top or something. So many fucking blades. Hey, Bean. I don't know why I'm going right to left. I should be going left to right. Maybe I should just remove the top part too. That was a bigger shave. Iceberg! It's okay, we have watertight compartments. We'll be fine. Now, if I remove the outer, then we lose the recessed effect out there. Like if I do that, then it looks like that again. Maybe we do leave it. I bet you I left my night vision goggles on Vulcanus. Yep, I did. I did. Can I update a kilo? Yeah, I'll upgrade like blades on the Akela book after tonight. We're doing some work on it right now. Anti's World Run? Which one? The 730 or is there another one? A few weeks ago? Default settings? I thought he was working on like RSNG or something, whatever now. Any percent? I mean, I kept an eye on what Anti and Nephrons and whatnot were doing when I was designing the first hamster wheel. I mean, there's probably like a couple things I could take from the RSNG to improve it a bit, but I don't know. I'd have to go look at it like very closely and I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if there would be that much. It's the but yeah, like I kind of haven't been watching the RSNG stuff because I was like super focused on default settings, right? So I was mainly watching DS stuff because it was more applicable. But yeah, I don't know. What's his face? The other guy, I'm forgetting his name. The other speedrunner who was popping in here a little bit. He was also like saying similar stuff, but I don't know. I think for now I'm done with that project. Like the only one thing I was thinking of going back and trying to improve a bit were the Gleba blades to make them a bit more tileable in the mid game. That was the one idea that I had. Thu, yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was Thu. It was talking about, you know, RSNG type shit. But yeah, I don't know, like, designing that shit is, obviously relatively involved. Hey, we got diamonds now. But yeah, I don't know. It's the kind of thing, like... I think a lot of, like, the upper level improvement that could be done would be more aggressive circuitry to not overproduce as much, but, like, there's the whole design goal contradiction thing. Where the thing with speedrun blueprints is they're kind of designed to just implode once you've finished the run. Right? They're kind of designed to get you just across the finish line, and then your jalopy falls apart. And the thing with what I was trying to do was create a set of blueprints that could keep going, that could be easily scaled into a Megabase. So the idea of, say, meticulously limiting every single thing that's being produced to make exactly what's needed for the speed run, you know, that's just something where it's just applicable for the speed run only, right? Like, it's not applicable at all for continuing the run. So, I don't know. As I said, like, the main idea I had for potentially improving things was to make the starter Gleba blades, like, more tileable. Like, make it so you could, take this section, well, I can't copy-paste here, but take this, and more easily stack one to the other, somehow, but I don't know. Those beacons on the outside are hard to move. Well, yeah, that was one of the ideas that I had. I mean, although at this point, we'll see what we actually wind up doing. I mean, as I keep saying, we are in the plateau phase of things, so... I hate that little ice sticking out there, but whatever. Alright, there we go. It got fancier in there. What ship was it? 7? Oh, it's going right now. Oh, perfect timing. Actual. Perfect. Yeah, it's heading to Novice right now. Yeah, go to dry dock, please. Let's get you changed over to. I did re-enable the groups on the other one, right? Let me just check if it... Nope, I did not. Oh, good thing I checked. It's been fucking sitting in Novice orbit. Just want to make sure everything else is okay. Yeah, we're still venting a lot of fucking eggs. You don't have it enabled either. What the hell? Oh, no, that's the one I just disabled. Yeah, you're fine, you're fine. Oh, you still have the old turnaround system, too. Did I do that right when I upgraded the other one? Hope I did. Otherwise, we have a ship about to explode. I think so. Well, we'll find out soon enough if something falls out of the sky. Alright, let's get you converted. Oh, this is an old ship. Holy fuck. Oh, this is way older than I'm thinking. This is like... Yeah, this never got... Yeah. Yeah, the upgrade I'm doing is like kind of like the 3rd generation of like 2026 upgrades. This ship just didn't even get the 1st. Okay, so you need room over there too. What else? The water tanks changed. Alright, so we're gonna have to refill the tanks. And that means this piping I know also changed. Yeah, you're a fucking old one, holy shit. Long overdue. Alright, that should do it. And you're gonna need a primer to get the water refilled. Maybe, actually, you might have enough ice. Oh yeah, you need primer. I don't think the base stuff, but the staging stuff is really cool. Yeah, I mean, I did some staging. Like, I did staging on a Kilo. And on Gleba to a lesser extent. The Fulgora blueprints are technically staged, but they're not really... It's not a stage in the sense that it's one blueprint that gets upgraded over and over. In the sense that it's a bunch of different standalones that get deployed in succession. I mean, it's really just Novice and Vulcanist that I deploy in one piece. Well, yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm bad on chat. As long as you have a secondary goal of keeping the base sustainable after the speedrun is finished, there's basically nothing you can learn from Anti, other than execution tricks. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I kind of feel like I know most of the execution tricks at this point. Like, it's just a matter of, like, you know, physically doing them faster kind of thing. Nice pun, dude. What did I do to deserve these puns? Alright, the water tanks are full, so the rest should be good. So drop all this. All the random other material you might have. Yeah, it still even has the old speed modules, Jesus fucking Christ. This thing was, like, ancient. Yeah, the rest is whatevs. Go to novice now. Oh, and flip the switch. Oh shit, I probably didn't flip it on the other one, did I? Yeah. Fuck, and you have full eggs. At 25 minutes. Something is wrong. Okay, hold on. I want to quickly check the other tips for unflipped switches. Because, yeah, that switch needs to be flipped because it'll disable the stack. What the hell went wrong with you? You didn't have the key. Okay, go to a kilo. Disable the ship. Enable abort. Yeah, I mean, these are already down to 24 minutes, so I'm just gonna wipe it and start again. It was missing the fucking key, yeah. Because I didn't send it back to a kilo like I should have. Yeah, you're the one that has the key right now, you're fine. So it was what, 13? 13 is the scuffed one right now. It's a while to dump that many eggs. I ran it off stream for like 80 hours. Yeah, we were at about 310 hours when I stopped. Maybe I should make another save right now. But yeah. This was end of last Sunday stream. 316. And now we're at 397. That's pretty much all. Just run offline, yeah. Well, research brought 80, actually. But yeah, we were at 74. But yeah, that's been running a long time. But as I was saying a bit ago, I was doing the math. I did like the rough in my head napkin math to try to figure out how long it would take me to get to research prod 90. And it's several hundred hours of running at 2 million SPM. Or the 2.2 million that we're running at now, technically. Yeah, that's one thing I guess I forgot to mention when talking about all the SPM. Yeah, we're effectively at 4.5 million now. So we were at like 4.1 million last Sunday. 4.5 million now. I was kind of hoping to get to like 5 million. Before ramping up to... Well, it wouldn't be 6 million, you know. It would be 7.5, right? Because instead of ramping from 4 to 6, we'll be ramping from 5 to 7.5. But yeah, as I said, that basically requires like research prod 90 or so. I think it might even be higher than that. Because we gain like something like 50k SPM per 10 levels. So yeah, like 10 more levels. But yeah, it would be several hundred hours. Like my rough napkin math was like something like 500 hours of the game running non-stop at 2 million SPM. So even if I let it run like non-stop for the next month, like how many hours in a month? Like 600? Yeah, I would literally have to run the game non-stop for an entire month to get it up to that. And I don't know if I'm actually going to be doing that. That's another fucking, yeah. No, it's research prod 90 for the X10. Like, we're at 890% right now. When we finish the research prod, 80 will be at 900%, so times 9. But that's kind of why I wanted to shoot for 90. Because 90 would give a nice round X10. But yeah, I mean, that's a long fucking time to run the game off stream and just having it running on my PC 24/7. Which I sort of can do because, you know, I can run other stuff while playing Factorio just fine. As long as it's not crazy CPU intensive. You know, I could still play like another game with Factorio running in the background. You know, especially a more graphically intensive game. Oh, yeah, the base, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I wasn't thinking about the base. I mean, I think we're going to push higher than 80, though. I mean, I'm finishing 80 tonight. If we don't go higher than 80, then I'm just stopping right here. We're definitely going higher than 80. The question is how much higher? But the research times are already getting really up there. This research prod level that I'm finishing right now was like 15 hours to finish. You know, the next one will be like 18, and the one after that will be like 24. And so on and so on. Like here, I was doing the rough math. I can, like, it's what, 80 is 15 hours. You know, 81 would be 18, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89. Yeah. So to finish level, like, 90 is like literally a 90-hour research. And if you just do some rough math, like, you know, 90 hours for level 90, 15 hours for level 80, you know, that's 105 hours total. You divide that by 2, you get 50 hours average per level times 10. Yeah, that's like, it's like 500 hours. It's 500 fucking hours to get those last 10 levels. But yeah, I mean, we'll definitely push past 80. The question is how much Probably got like 83 or 84 or something. We'll see. Also depends on how much I do of that versus, you know, robo speed and whatnot. This is up to like 32 hours per level now. The robo speed is. Mining prod's at 3200. I was actually thinking of pushing that a little bit today. Maybe trying to get like 4K or so. Be nice to get a robo speed 30, but yeah. The times are really getting up there. In terms of how long it takes to do everything. Dude, every time I look at a kilo, it's night. I fucking left my goggles on Vulcanus. And every time I look over here, it's fucking night. And I forgot the left side. Oh, he had it much higher, but he also had an auto queue mod. Which is something, you know, I haven't done because this run is technically still completely modless. And I shouldn't have this as a separate blueprint. Just do this. I guess include the whole thing. Left side robot should look higher up. Is it? No, it's the same. Nice and flat all the way through. I could / should start separating the other things into different heat networks, maybe starting with the power plant. I can do it like there. In there. How the hell would I do the input? I guess it'd have to be right in the middle, like right there. Yeah, we can work on that. Move one there. Or two. Fortunately, that heat pipe is still heated, otherwise it would be much more complicated. One on each side should be more than enough, I imagine. One thing I didn't do on these was thermally limit them. I don't know if they should be. The thing is, like, we do want it as hot as possible. Like, what would I even limit it to? Like 990 or something? I don't even know. Even lowering that by 10 degrees is going to lower this. And we want that as hot as possible. Yeah, it looks like about 817 is what it peaks at. These should also all be stock inserters by this point. Yeah. The less they operate, the better. You request, say 40 rocket fuel. I should not have to check that. I should not have to check requests from buffer chests on that. There's rocket fuel and active providers. Is it just delayed because my bots are being... Yeah, it's just delayed. It's fine. We should thermally limit them somewhat. All my bots are busy right now. We're doing SPM. Well, we're at 2.25 million on research prod, 4.5 on about everything else. We're pretty much UPS maxed out though. With Prometheum Science running. Obviously, the other things I could theoretically run higher, which was the end goal to begin with. But oh yeah, I mean, it's mainly just... I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, 80% of the work I have left to do is clocking bullshit, and I fucking hate doing clocking bullshit. Like, I think it might be my least favorite thing to do in Factorio right now. Like, every time I'm doing clocking, like, I just don't want to play the game. It's actually how I feel. Like, I wish I felt otherwise. I wish I was, you know, finishing strong, you know, crossing the finish line at a full sprint. But the reality is, the closer we get to the finish line, I just feel like the race is done. And I'm tired of running, like I don't know, I hate clocking. It's obnoxious. Like, fixing the issues with clocking, is like, whenever they inevitably arise, is just such a... I don't know. It's a boring thing for me to do, and it's a boring thing for people to watch. There's, like, no redeeming qualities for it, aside from, like, yay, we get, like, you know, slightly higher SPM eventually, once everything's clocked, because we can scale things a bit higher, but... yeah, there's a reason why right now I'm kind of trying to look for things to do other than clocking, because... like, yeah, this shit's fucking miserable, man. Clocking is fucking miserable. Again, I just, yeah. I don't know. But that's all that's left, you know? We either clock things or we just call it a day. Like, it's that and, like, the minor things on my list that I went over. You know, the reality is the base is 90, 95, 98% done at this point. It's, yeah. Here I am trenching heat pipes now. Because it's more fun than clocking. But I don't know, we're going to be going and clocking shit in a bit tonight. Specifically, we're probably going to try to do yellow and purple. Or maybe I'll do the off-world sciences first, actually, and we'll do yellow and purple, like, last, because those will be extra annoying. Oh, no, we are well familiar with A-Buck. Like, he's here, like, you know, usually a couple times a week. He's got a kid now or something, so he's not around as much as he was before, but... no, it's like... yeah, A-Buck's around here a lot. We're well familiar with his work. Like, I talk to him, like, every week. We actually had a long conversation on Discord off-stream about other random clocking shit a couple days ago. But yeah, I use his tool. I'm well familiar with his work. He does good work. But that doesn't change the reality of things. You know, it's still miserable to do. The clocking tool is not foolproof. You know, things can still go wrong. And then you have to figure out what went wrong. And the more complicated the setup, the more likely, like, things need to be adjusted. So yeah, clocking. The part of Factorio That is pure optimization and zero gameplay. And I know what shit to watch. Like every time I do a lot of clocking, there's at least 1 or 2 people per stream who, like, you know, are just kind of like, yeah, this shit's boring. You know, they're like, I'll come back another day. I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. Good clocking is boring, especially when we're just sitting in the sandbox, just tweaking timers. And it's very difficult for people to follow what's actually going on. But yeah, I mean, it's just clocking and minor improvements at this point. Or aesthetic improvements, like I'm doing right now. It's just all that's really left. I mean, there's no way around it. There's no way to sugarcoat it. Like, we have pretty much done all the big development gameplay stuff. Especially because, you know, as I said, I've already scaled up red and green. I've already scaled up red and green and blue and purple to 6 million, or, you know, what would be 6 million at Research Prod 70 or whatever. Sorry, not just say purple, I meant red, green, blue, and gray. So the only novice sciences I need to deploy to finish scaling are purple and yellow, which obviously are pretty big ones, but yeah. Like, a lot of it's already been scaled to that point, because we planned pretty far ahead, fortunately. Nairshire with 90. You're getting up there. I think we have like 3 people above 90 now. Two-hour video on pre-clocking base? Well, I've already made a couple of those. I made one last year. And then I made one earlier, like a month or so ago, on just the progression on this base. But yeah, I've already made the video you're asking for. It's on YouTube. Well, I mean, the X3Ds, like, already overclock themselves, I think, to a certain degree. From what I've heard. Like, there's already some kind of, like, built-in base overclocking that goes on. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if that would even really help. Like, the biggest help by far, the single biggest thing you can do is install Linux. And that's a whole nother fucking conversation, which we seem to have just about every other stream. And I'll probably do at some point, but as I've talked about quite a bit, like, it's not something I can just flip a switch and Linux is installed. It's... I have to set up a drive for it, I have to fucking, you know, get all the drivers, etc, 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 like... And I would be lying if it was something I said I was looking forward to doing. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. At least that's capping in about 8:30. Legendary trains would breathe. I mean, there's some mods you can get that enable it pretty easily, but no, I mean, I understand the sentiment. Am I using Mimalec? I'm not on Linux. I'm on fucking Windows 11. The worst operating system ever released. I'll be using Mimalec if I go to Linux, or when I go to Linux, but... yeah. Did I do those on this side? I did, yeah. I have a debug alarm on something still wired. Yeah, disable that. What about the chip that I had to disable? Are you good now? Yeah, turn off that, turn off that. Yeah, it already had the key, it was just holding things up. That's one problem with the system that I don't have a good solution for right now. If a hibernated chip has the key, it kind of holds it hostage. Because unfortunately we can't set these things via circuits. So, yeah. Why am I doing this? Did you miss the last, like, half hour of conversation? I thought I explained pretty clearly why am I doing this? Because there's not much left to do. There's not much left to do in this Megabase. Like, it's mainly clocking, minor improvements, and aesthetic stuff. So here is me trying to dodge clocking as hard as I can by doing aesthetic stuff. Giving recessed heat pipes to all my other builds on a kilo. Because it's more fun than dealing with the clocking tool. Yes, I am stalling. It's literally Microsoft software? You can use Mimalec on Windows? Wait, what? Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Okay, I guess I can look into that. Missed a couple. Alarm reminds you of GoldenEye? I mean, it probably is the same sound effect. You'd be shocked how many stock sound effects get reused. Like, I used to do a little work in film back in the day, and did a wee bit of sound editing back then, a very long time ago, but you learn very quickly how, you know, stock sound libraries get reused over and over. Like, one thing I've noticed is, you know the CNC sound effects? Like, from CNC 95, like, old CNC games? You'll hear a lot of that shit get, like, reused in, like, movies and shit. Like, you'll be watching some random fucking action movie, and there'll be, like, a missile launch, and you'll be like, hey, that's the sound from CNC 95 MRLS launching a missile. They just reuse the same sound effect. Yeah, I 100% want thruster stacking on. Like, I consider it to be one of the more degenerate things in the game. And I definitely think thruster stacking should be removed. I don't think that's a super controversial take either. I think most people can agree that thruster stacking is kind of, like, ridiculous. You just get really forced into it. That's one of the worst parts about it. Like, you can't, like, not do it it does so much, especially for Prometheum chips. And it just feels weird, too. I liked it better when my chips were just like bricks like that. Looks better, right? When it's just that. As opposed to this bullshit. But the thing is, we just have no fucking idea what's going to happen in 2.1. I mean, that's another thing that I think is kind of like impacting how I feel about everything right now. You know, I'm not trying to like guilt trip Woob or anything like that. But like it's been a year and a half now since Space Age was released. Even though it feels like it was released like a month ago. Actually, that's kind of a lie. No, I can feel the time. I can feel the time. No, I'm lying when I say I feel like I released a month ago. But they released contradicting information as to what's going to be in 2.1, so we just have no fucking idea. One of the devs stated at one point, like a year ago, that they were looking into not removing thruster stacking because it would require people to change their designs. And it's that quote that I usually cite when like people are like, you know, say stupid shit like, they're 100% removing space casinos. I'm like, one dev said they were not going to remove thruster stacking because they didn't want to do anything that would change people's designs. Removing space casinos changes people's designs a hell of a lot more than removing thruster stacking does. So, you know, it would make no sense for them to remove casinos but not thruster stacking. But the one thing I've speculated as of several months ago that I still stand by, and this is just pure speculation, I think there's a lot of internal disagreement at Woob in terms of how to proceed regarding Space Age. I think there's a good amount of internal conversations and disagreement in terms of like how it actually should go. I need fucking ice platform too. And I think that's why we're hearing so little, is because they're still heavily discussing it. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Because if there was unanimous internal consensus in terms of what to do regarding Space Age changes, then we would have started hearing about them by now. Right? Like, they would have been releasing FFFs and shit. But this is one of those cases where the absence of evidence is the evidence. Galaxy Age, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Nobody knows except, well, I don't. As I was saying, I don't even think Woob knows right now. And I don't think they're in any rush either. Like, you know, once they've decided, we'll start hearing about it. But not before. I almost forgot the interior. Where the hell did you go? But the legendary barrel needs to be requested, also set in the blue barrel. Yeah, I don't know. I should probably just switch to the timer-based system, which we've talked about before. Not using a barrel, but just using a timer instead, based on novice. So it can't launch too quickly. Andy, thanks for the resub, man. How you doing, bro? I'm hoping to release before age verification is required. Don't even joke about that, man. The Factorio age verification would be like, you have to be at least 30 years old to play this game. You have to be 30 years old and you have to be a programmer or something. Alright, let's swap that out. I might have cut one corner too many over there, but whatever. There too, maybe. Yeah, whatever. Can I just, disable my bots? There we go. We saw Palm declare compare Gleba and Volcora leg making instead of just pissing. There won't be a compare though. There won't be a compare. Like if they remove casino ships, quality making is not going to be more complicated. It's going to be simpler. You're going to just do this. This is what it'll be every time. Quality in big miners on a patch, going into an upcycle bank. Like, that's going to be 90% of your quality. If they remove casino ships. There's not going to be quality on Gleba, because you can't get quality fruit very easily. There's not going to be quality on Fulgora, because of the additional complexity of recycling. Trust me, I dealt with it last year. It's one thing I can say with almost relative certainty. So yeah. Quality will get more boring if they remove casino chips, but they don't change anything else. Which is the only reason why I defend casino chips. Because Factorio is inherently a puzzle game. And having more puzzles in a puzzle game is inherently a good thing. Whistler, you can play offline on Steam. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. Steam's got an offline mode. Fuck, I missed a tile. I missed a tile. Fuck. Or was it like here? Maybe just retrace all of that. Steam will have ID. Steam will never have ID verification. Where the fuck are you getting your Kool-Aid from? Like, do you have any idea? There would be a civil war in this fucking country if Steam ever required ID verification. There would be a fucking revolution overnight. Like, gamers, by and large, are, you know, a generally kind of like... how should we describe it? Apathetic. You want to get them to stop being apathetic in a heartbeat? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why you think there'd be age verification on Steam. I think that would be easily probably like the end of Steam as we know it, if they did something like that. Like, the backlash would be insane. See, I don't know where you're hearing that from, but I don't believe that for 1 second. OS level age verification? What, I gotta fucking verify my age to log into Windows? People just won't use those OSs. I don't think that kind of thing would survive the courts, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming you're talking about the States, right? A lockout of Linux? Yeah, but that's the UK. The fucking UK has always been a cartoon. Oi! You got a license for that video game? Oi! You got a license for Factorio? Oi! You got a license for that PC? Oi! Like, nobody takes the UK seriously. People outside the UK. Like, the UK has always kind of been the poster child for, like, you know, the whole fucking nanny state, like, far too intrusive shit. Like, that's the UK. The UK fucking arrests people for saying free Palestine. Okay, that's how much of a fucking, like, you know, as far as free speech goes, like, UK is like one of the most fascist states in Europe in terms of what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say. Like, there is no freedom of speech in that shitty country. Like, if you told me I had to leave America and go live in a European country, like, England would literally be at the fucking bottom of the list. Like, I would not get along with the English government very well. So yeah, like, that's the UK, man, like... that's the UK being the UK. California has a BS age verification coming into January? For what? I live in fucking California. What are you talking about? Like, what are they trying to apply it to? Australia and Canada are headed the same way. Yeah, but those are both, like, were essentially founded, you know. Especially Australia has always followed the UK's lead a little too closely in a lot of the wrong ways. Just introduced one and all the porn sites pulled out? Yeah, I mean, like... any kind of legislation like that is just going to cause people to flee from the services that capitulate to it. Right? Like, we'll all be using, like, fucking, like, Russian and Chinese social media if Western countries clamp down on that. Like, you do realize that, right? Like, if, like, Western countries start requiring super tight fucking age verification for, like, social media, then we'll all just be switching to, you know, Billy or Telegram or something like that. Using VPNs if we have to. Like, people aren't just gonna fucking, like, take that shit lying down. I won't. So all it's gonna do is kill Western tech companies. If they're forced to do that. And I expect those companies to push back, you know, pretty severely against it, because the only thing those companies care about are their bottom lines. And it's like the one thing that would absolutely wreck their bottom lines. And then they know it, so... Change a VPN to a different country, yeah. They're actively blocking VPNs. You can't, like, block every VPN very easily. You know, just due to the nature of how they work. Like, you can only block the ones you know about. But yeah, I don't see, like, mass... I don't see age verification being rolled out on a platform like Steam without an absolutely insane amount of pushback. Kali wants it on the operating system? Yeah, people will just pirate their OSs. People would just pirate their OSs. Like, you'll just get a fucking cracked OS that has the age verification shit removed. That's what I would do. Like, it's just going to cause people to, like, stop using, you know, retail software. But yeah, I hadn't heard about the California bill, and I live in this fucking state. Who pushed for it? Here, I kind of want to Google it real quick. Yeah, anytime a bill is, like, protect the children, it's always, like, the most fascist fucking shit you can imagine. Like, anytime they code something as, like, oh, yes, it's to protect the kids, it's always the most fascist, intrusive police state shit you can possibly imagine. Yeah, I mean, as I said, if they, people will just switch to, like, Linux or something en masse. Like, that would literally be the death of Windows. If Microsoft capitulated and started putting age verification on, like, fucking account setup. Like, knowing that there's OS level fucking restrictions on terms of what content you're allowed and not allowed to see. Yeah, people will just not use those systems. I want to know what asshole fucking sponsored and put this forward. I mean, I'm sure Newsom probably signed it because he's a fucking useless tool. I actually hadn't heard of this. It's crazy. The Digital Age Insurance Act. How about you fucking parent your kids properly? Instead. I mean, I don't even know. We really kind of did grow up in the golden age of technology, didn't we? Like, all of us who are here. Like, before everything kind of went to shit, we at least got to see the free internet. Votes. Of course Wiener voted for it. God, I hate that guy so much. Fucking accurately named piece of shit. Yeah, approved by the governor. Yeah, I was like, of course. Like, I swear to God, if they run Newsom in 2028, he will lose. Like, it literally doesn't matter who opposes him. If Trump is still alive in 2028 and tries to run for a third term against Newsom, Newsom will lose. Like, nobody likes him. I don't know how this guy got elected. Like, I live in California. I have never spoken to a single person who had anything positive to say about fucking Newsom, man. Everybody hates him. I'm glad you brought this to my attention. I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna look into it some more off stream. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. At some point, we just need to start fucking redacting these people, man. I voted for unanimously, not even a rational person. Yeah, I'm just looking at this right now. I guess there's no reason why I can't put it on the main screen. But yeah, I'm literally looking at the CIA Gov website right now. And this was the list that I saw. And I saw fucking Wiener. Like, obviously, I don't know every single name. But Wiener's a piece of shit Zionist from the Bay Area. Like, he's an absolute fucking tool. Like, this kind of thing is never about protecting kids. It's about being able to attach names to speech they don't like. That's what it's ultimately always going to be used for. So that if you type something on the internet that they don't approve of, they can knock down your house like the fucking... knock on your door like the fucking British. And it's like, oi! You violated the principles of speech by not using approved speech. Ugh. Yeah, fuck every one of these people. Yeah, I saw that, of course. No surprise. I'll tell you, Newsom is like the most spineless fucking person ever. I can't think of a single thing he's actually stood up for, other than corporate profits. That's the only thing he fights for. Is for PG&E to like gouge the people on their electric bills. That's his most passionate thing. Protections for minors on the internet, guys. Yeah, instead of parents, like, keeping an eye on what their kids are fucking, like, you know, allowed to do online, instead of parents putting restrictions on their, like, 8-year-olds' PCs in terms of what they're allowed to do online. Nope, they've got to put restrictions on all the rest of us. Yeah, it's... I don't know. As I said, if Microsoft... Like, it's one thing for the bill to pass, and then another thing for corporations to capitulate for it. And obviously, like, corporations will never fight in favor of freedom of speech or in favor of people's rights or anything like that. But the one thing they will always fight for is their profits. You know, the bottom line, the margins. And if something like this passes, it would be... Yeah, like, a lot of people would just be like, alright, I'm just not going to use anything that is like, full fucking nanny state bullshit. And I fucking hate... Yeah, I fucking hate the phrase nanny state, too. Because the phrase nanny state frequently gets overused by right-wingers who don't like the fact that they can't dump pollution in their rivers or put, like, no Negroes allowed signs on their restaurants. Like, that's most of the time when you hear the phrase nanny state, so I hate fucking using it. But, no, this is actual, like, full nanny state bullshit. This is actual, like, this is actually where that phrase actually applies. He personally destroyed the tents of homeless? Yeah. Yeah, I saw that too, yeah. He had to do it himself, man. Not providing houses or providing any actual material solution. It's like, no, I went there personally and I destroyed their tents. I think the only people that like them are like the full NIMBY boomers, basically. But unfortunately, there's probably more of those people than we'd like to admit. He's dead against taxation that affect the rich? Of course. Of course. Of course. He's a full fucking... He's an absolute tool. As I said, like, I live in this state and nobody I know likes him. Literally nobody. I mean, even the boomers I know don't like him, but they're all just, like, brain-rotted, you know, Fox News Republicans in denial. MAGA in denial, like most of them. I don't know a single boomer in this country. Like, I don't know a single boomer. Like, everybody I know over the age of, like, 60 is, like, completely fucking brain melted by Fox News and News Nation and all that shit. Yeah, they also get a load more data on you if they can attach it to ID? Yeah, I mean, that's the... I mean, as I said, the end goal is not to protect the fucking kids. The end goal is to police speech. You know, so that if you type Free Palestine on the internet, the police know which fucking door to come knocking on. That's really the point. It gets a little unstable. I mean, I can show you the graph. If it runs for too long. That's what it kind of looks like. It'll stay at 2.2 for like 5 hours or so. If I start from a full buffer. And then it'll dip like a little bit. We can kind of run at like 2 million, 1.92 million. Stable-ish. This was when I had 5 ships. The graph looked like that. This is with 6. But yeah, I mean, I'll take a look into that off stream and see if there's any actual like meaningful pushback against it. But yeah, I wasn't aware of how bad it was getting. Like, as far as I knew, it was mainly like, you know, happening in other countries that had significantly worse freedom of speech protections. Level 80? That was like 15 hours. So yeah, it's been running for a while. And you can see, like, the last 10% is taking like 100 minutes, 100 more minutes to finish. So yeah, the times have gotten pretty high up there. I mean, like, how do you even do something like that statewide? Like, I don't even see how that even works statewide, right? Like, what, Microsoft would have to release, like, a California version of Windows 11? And everybody in fucking California would have to make sure they have the California... Like, it just... This doesn't make any sense. Like, it's not the kind of thing you have to do statewide. You have to apply it at the source. It would have to be, like, specifically applied to Microsoft and Apple. By how much? 10%? Every research level is about 50k more SPM when we're running at full tilt. So when we're not on research prod, but on, you know, something that doesn't run at half speed. It's 50k SPM. And research prod, it's half that. Oh yeah, we're getting those aesthetics now. Does not require me to install Windows PC? Yeah, but like... I don't know. If it's just an age, then you can just lie about it, I guess. I mean, I guess Steam technically does have an age verification, now that I think about it. I just don't think about it, because I always lie. Like, Steam doesn't even check anything. I always just put in, like, January 1st, like, year 1900. Or some shit. Yeah, I'm 126 years old. And there's never been an issue with that. If it's something that weak, then yeah, people will just put in a random fucking date. And the whole thing is just meaningless virtue signaling kind of thing. Purely just to see which OS developers will add the levers? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's a boiled frog kind of thing. Yeah, exactly, I agree. It's something that'll be ramped up over time if successful. Or if they deem it successful. Regardless of whether it's actually successful at doing anything. Oh, that somehow didn't shade the end. Yeah, I mean, that is also true on Steam. Yeah. Like, obviously, yeah, you need a credit card to begin with, so... Like, regarding Steam, they kind of do already have your information, but... I don't think Gabe would sell out people's information. I don't think Valve would sell out people's information, at least while Gabe is in charge. You know, maybe I'm putting too much faith in Gabe. But... he hasn't burned us yet. And Valve is also privately owned. And privately owned companies are always, you know, a step above companies that are publicly owned. Because as soon as a company's publicly owned, it's held hostage to the shareholders. But a privately owned company, you know, can at least abide by some level of principles. Don Het Uberan. I think your translator didn't go through Insomnia. Refunds. I mean, I have too many fucking games on Steam at this point. Like, it would be very hard for me to switch to another platform. Like, I mean, other than just pirating everything, obviously. Like, all my shit for, like, several decades now is on Steam. I'm too locked in at this point. But yeah, it's just another reminder of, you know... You cannot care about politics, but politics will eventually care about you. It will stick its fucking nose in your business. At one point or the other, whether you like it or not. And force you to pay attention to it. And it's another example that things are going to get a lot worse before they get better. But, I mean, I've been saying that for like a decade now, and... I mean, I guess I haven't been wrong. But yeah, it's kind of disheartening to hear that it's happening right here in my fucking state. Not gonna lie. So the German goal anthem? What does that have to do? How many games? I don't know. A lot. Not to mention, like, what's in these lists. Okay, apparently there is a new Ladytron album out that I missed. I need to check that out. Should I just recess the whole reactor? See how that looks. Why do I change the concrete? Can you not tell? Or my heat pipe's not pretty enough? So look at that, they're all nice and recessed now. With a few blips of positive, I can't remember the last time a blip of positive came along, but if you can find them, more power to you. I can't find them, man. I can't find them. Phones purchased within China and only for China only allow call recording with the global versions don't. Clearly, my next phone should be Chinese. Better not ask. We're discussing privacy laws. And, yeah, we're basically discussing privacy laws. Because apparently there's been a big push regarding age verification shit on the internet that I've kind of been blind to a little bit. I mean, you can't really blame me, man. I've been very focused on the Iran shit for the past month. But, yeah. The Parents Decide Act. You just know an act is gonna be, like, the worst fucking thing you've ever read if it has, like, parents or children or family or any of those fucking buzzwords in it. If it has anything like that, it's like, okay, time to read, like, the most fascist thing I've ever fucking read in my life. A250, the Parents Decide Act. Yeah, see, this is the shit these fucking useless bastards push for. This is where Democrats spend all their fucking energy. Not on raising taxes for the rich, not on fucking, you know, universal health care. No, they're gonna fight for age verification, man. The most useless opposition party on the fucking planet. How much robot speed do I have? 29, I think? No, I'm working on 29. I finished 28. It's up to like 30. It took like 30 hours. I think for the previous one, or maybe it was for this next one. I can't remember. So yeah, the time is starting to really get up there for that. Ukraine are making great progress with drones and agreements in the middle. I mean, I'm not getting into Ukraine right now. That war is effectively over. That war is effectively over. There is nothing aside from Western boots on the ground that would change any result. So, I don't know what you mean by drones and agreements in the Middle East. You mean there are agreements with Israel? Like, what does that even mean? What are these things? Oh yeah, I wanted to set up a separate quant, didn't I? I totally forgot about that. Yeah, I have 5 railguns. Okay, we need to do that as well. I guess I like started doing it and got distracted or something because yeah, I never finished it. Put this like here. There are no good guys in charge? Not in the West, no. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Like, I mean, that's something I always say myself. Like, I'm not, you know, blind to that. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be useless, performative, controlled opposition. That's their entire point. No, you're absolutely right on that. They're doing exactly... The goal of Democrats is not to stop movement to the right, it's to stop movement to the left. That's always been the point. It's to capture leftward moving energy and halt it. That's always been the point. I forgot an output chest. What's your problem now? Why aren't you running it? Why am I constantly out of logistic bots? Do I seriously not have enough charging? Fuck's sake. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates? Yeah, because those are such big drone factories. It doesn't matter though. Like, as I said, I'm really not getting into the Ukraine war right now because it's a much, like, bigger, more complicated thing that has a lot more shit going on in it than people realize. And it's always, like, a really controversial thing to talk about, too, as well, so I'm not gonna get into it. But the one thing I will say is that, as I said, it doesn't matter how much hardware gets supplied to Ukraine. They have no more people. They have no more people. Like, Zelensky's, like, has his TCC running around kidnapping Ukrainian men, you know, and sending them to front lines. Every day there's multiple new videos of people trying to run from the TCC and getting hunted down like animals. Like, there are no more people left to fight. The war is effectively over because of that. Like, it doesn't matter how many drones you send if there are no operators to control them. Like, it is illegal to leave the country as a male in Ukraine. That's how fucking insane things have gotten. In you know, it is literally illegal to leave the country if you're a male, and you will be hunted down. But I have at least 2 different viewers, at least 2. I mean, the only 2 who have spoken about it, who are from Ukraine, and who, you know, got messages from the TCC. One of them I know managed to get out of it. The other one, I have no idea. For all I know, he could be fucking dead. Like, I just don't know. Any left-wing group in the U.S. should be pushing for ranked choice voting rather than trying to push. You can't push for ranked choice voting without having people in power to implement it, though. That's the thing. And the people in power won't ever implement it. Right? Like, it's one of those things that would be, you know, cute in theory, but it's like saying get the money out of politics. Like, the people who are in charge will never have it happen, so it'll never happen. Did I actually run out of concrete? Oh, I need more storage. It's kind of exploding over the ground a little bit. Do I have a save file uploaded online? Not yet, but I will upload it soon. So maybe the first stream where you come over Factorio and leave for politics? S? I got sarcasm or not? Are supplying Saudi and UAE with drones? Oh. They're celebrating getting our UTA soldiers to surrender. Yeah, that's why every time there's like body exchange between Ukraine and Russia, like Ukraine is turning over like 40 bodies, and Russia is turning over 1,000 plus. The war is over, man. Like I'm not trying to like as I said, I'm not trying to get into it. I'm not trying to take a side. I'm just trying to regurgitate facts. It's over. It's over. Like there is nothing that can be done aside from like literally like Western European ground armies deploying to Ukraine and escalating things further. That is the only thing that can possibly change things. Like the current lines are very firmly entrenched. It's a hellhole of mines and drones and just fucking netting and tripwires everywhere. And the simple truth is Ukraine is just completely out of manpower. There's nobody left who wants to fight. The issue is real. I'm still not sure what you meant, but okay. Oh yeah, I saw that too, Pazuzu. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, I saw that too. That was fucking wild. Yeah, German men are no longer allowed to leave the country for like more than 3 months without notifying the government. The fascism just keeps rising, man. Like all these things are little fascist steps here and there. Fascism isn't a binary thing where you flip a switch or where one policy gets deployed and like suddenly like boom, we have fascism. It's an incremental process that strips away people's rights, scapegoats certain groups, and its ultimate goal is to protect capital from the working class. That's the real goal. I was actually planning on posting a good bit about that this week in the Discord. I was gonna do it yesterday, but didn't get around to it. I'll try to do it over the next day or so. Yeah, I don't know, man. It does get exhausting after a while, doesn't it? It is also illegal for German men to declare themselves women. Modern problems require modern solutions. There you go. There you go. There's the escape hatch right there. I think I got most of it. Let's set you to enable. It's less than 100 or so. Oh, these need to be like over 16. Because it's a stacking server. Otherwise it's just gonna get stuck. Out of triangles? We are out of triangles. How many triangles do we request? I guess you can go to 32 now. Everything's going to 32. What are you at? Yeah, go to 32. Do I have any wishes? I have a fairly long list, I guess. But who knows how much of it will actually be implemented. Who knows how much will actually be implemented. I'm really bad at making those kinds of lists, honestly. Made a big list of suggestions and shit last year. Never even wound up posting it. Never got around to it. Keep forgetting about it. Which is why I tell people, like, on this channel, like, if you have a good idea or if I have an idea that you hear that you think is good, just post it yourself. I don't care about credit or anything like that. Just fucking post it, because I'm really bad at posting shit. Well, I think I got 100% of the heat pipe. It didn't explode, that's good. Oh, there's more coming. Wait, it might still pop. I think we got room. They don't destroy Astro Casinos? Yeah, I mean, I've talked about that a lot. I mean, I should, like, have a clip of myself talking about them, or, like, a short YouTube video. I can just link at this point anytime the conversation comes up. But you've been here a lot. I'm sure you've heard what I have to say. I mean, I talked about it earlier today, even. What's up in game? What's up in game is I might need more roboports. Or more bots. Every time I look at it, it's low. We're taking some small dips. Yeah, it's starting to run out. I kind of want to do mining prod for a little while, so let's do that. Some manual queue up, maybe get to like 4K or 5K or so. It's about a minute per level. It'll be less than that, yeah. Should be like 35 seconds per level. It's much slower? They're both slow. They're both slower. Asteroid casinos are a lot slower than people think. I experimented pretty heavily with quality earlier in this run. I experimented pretty heavily, and because I had the whole idea of like, we're going to build like multiple casino ships, make legendary science on Vulcanus, and ship it to Novice. And the UPS we save by doing legendary quality will, I hopefully, compensate for the extra stuff going through the hub, and there also shouldn't be that much stuff going through the hub because it'll be legendary. Yeah, like about like, I don't know what, week 2, week 3, 4, something like that. Yeah, it was like week 3, 4, something like that of this run. We played around with it pretty heavily. None of it panned out. None of it panned out. I tried. We did a lot of design work on some things as well. Including getting yeah, like this was a legendary blue blade that I made for Vulcanus. Had the whole thing designed and everything. It just doesn't work out. Like legendary white and then maybe like uncommon off-planet sciences. Off-Nova sciences, I mean. Does kind of seem to be the meta, and you know, I tried to unseat the meta. I did my best trying to see if we could unseat the meta a bit, but we only wound up reinforcing it, right? Like we just came to the same conclusions that the meta had already concluded, which is that, yeah, you want as much shit on Novice as possible, and then, you know, you can try to dabble in quality on your off-world, but you're usually not going to be going above uncommon on anything except for maybe space science, right? You had four, but 4 ships is a lot though. Like, the thing is, it's hard to compare how much one ship compares to, say, one setup on the ground, right? Like, how many miners, how many ore patches is one ship? It's a very asymmetric comparison. So it's hard to say, you know, which is which. This is another lady trying to... No, this is somebody new, I don't know. Splitter mining is back? What's this? Andy making YouTubes now. We're going to stalk him. I mean, wasn't the problem is that it breaks if you reload the game? That's the issue that I had when I played with it earlier this run. Is that when you save the game, close the game out, and then reload it later, it breaks. It breaks when it backs up. So if it never backs up, it never breaks. Or circuit to restart? Is that what this is? Well, I mean, nice find, I guess. Still probably easier just to have 2 miners. If the patch is big enough. But yeah, that's a nice little bit of tech, I guess. I wonder if this is more UPS efficient than this. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, is it more UPS efficient than this? That's the real question. Yeah, mine has 3 inserters per belt. This has no inserters. I mean, it probably is. I know, Nick. Not gonna get anywhere near the same as that. You mean this is not a full belt or something? 10 from an area, but each miner is putting out each miner is putting out a fully stacked belt, right? So why can't I just take this with the miner and the inserter and the circuit and just replace? Oh yeah, I mean I see what you mean. Yeah. Like, yeah. I thought you were talking about this part specifically, but yeah. Yeah, you won't be able to get the same amount because you need it takes a bigger surface area. That's what you meant, yeah. Two miners and one splitter to fill two belts. It was breaking? Yeah, we had the same issue. Well, it's if the patches are available, Duck. That's the problem, is like, are the patches available? Like up here they might be. But like down here I had this going just off that. I don't think we could fit enough miner. I mean, do you know how many belts this is? This is 32 belts. So now we need to fit 32 miners on that stone patch. Do you have a blueprint for the circuitry you used here? Give me the little blueprint for this, because I don't know what you have here. Is it just if it backs up, you disable the miner or something? But yeah, just send me the little blueprint for that. We can maybe see if we can try to replace this, because that's one of the larger ones, kind of. All right. One of these days I'll organize this. Okay, we'll deal with that in a bit when we get back to Novice. There is one thing I wanted to kind of try to see if I could do here on this planet. One or two things before we leave. Well, we should do the clocking, shouldn't we? The clocking's gonna be a bitch. It's only 7 on the lithium. So we need to use the full clocking method and not the lead follower shit. Okay, whatever. Let's bite the bullet and let's go do some clocking right now, because even though I fucking hate it. And in order to save time and efficiency, let's go ahead and try to clock 2 things at once. So this should be good, yeah. Yeah, let's clock orange and cryo together right now. Yeah, oh, I keep forgetting. Thank fuck. Fulgoro's already clocked. These big things are already clocked. Thank fuck. So yeah, there's only 3 off-world sciences we need to worry about. And Gleba is obviously complicated, and we'll worry about that when we do like a Gleba day this week, which will be either tomorrow or Saturday. So let us go. Let us go. Well, I need to... Or... did save it. You stupid game. We need the clocking mod. I didn't. How do I do it again? Oh, it is installed. I just have it disabled. Oh, I didn't realize I didn't actually uninstall this shit. Alright, let me clean this shit up right now. And then enable you. There we go. I mean, if we can get both of these successfully clocked today, that's a big step forward. That'll mean it's really just ag, yellow, and purple left. So hopefully this doesn't take too long. But it's clocking. It always takes longer than we'd like. Hey, Grist, what's up, man? So we'll get you going, and then over here... God, what happened? How much shit did I put here? Holy fuck. I don't even remember. Just do it up here. Okay, let's just worry about one square, obviously. We don't need to set up every single one. Actually, we probably should set up every single one, shouldn't we? So let's do... Fuck. And the good news is, if we change the quality science later, the clocking timings don't change. Because it still uses the same amount, right? So that's good. So whatever clocks we say here are clocked for all eternity. What we clock now echoes in eternity, right? Something like that. Alright, we got coal, tungsten, that should be it. And then we need iron and copper and acid. There's my pipes. You are iron. You are copper. You are acid. You're good. Yeah, let's do the Vulcanist one first. I've already got it set up. Okay, where was A-Buck's clocking thing again? Alright, got it right here. Reset config. How do I do it with the sidecar? I don't do this, right? I would need to do the whole thing. Because this needs to swing for producing both. Right? I think? Fuck. Not you. Paste, yeah. Items per second. Okay, that is... I don't even know what to do from items per second. I guess I add both of these. So 84.6. Oh, this is getting complicated. With one copy? Is that everything, or am I forgetting something? Try to recruit playtesters for your in-game projects? Are you talking about Factorio, or... Hey, Eudor. Oh, that stuff. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to find people to beta test. You'd be better off posting in Discord than Twitch chat. Like, post in the Factorio Discord channel, ask if anyone wants to test your shit. That's fine, I got no problem with that. Go for it. Okay, something's wrong. Simulation exceeded 1 million ticks without reaching steady state. Still not going. Oh, it's something else. Not sure if I'll see this. Too late, I saw it. Beginner to start a second factory. For beginner Factorio players, I recommend starting with vanilla Factorio only. Launch a rocket, and once you've launched one rocket, go play Space Age. Space Age changes a lot, including about how rockets are launched. But it's good to go through the base game once without worrying about other planets and shit. But yeah, rocket launching is at the end of the base game. You have to get, you know, red, green, blue, purple, yellow, gray, white, all going for that. In Space Age, you can rocket launch after blue, but obviously there's a lot more you need to do regarding other planets. And a lot of techs get moved behind other planets from the base game, right? Like in the base game, you can get artillery off Novice. In Space Age, you have to go to Vulcanus first. But yeah, launch one rocket in vanilla, then go to Space Age. I recommend the same thing in Oni. Launch one rocket in vanilla, then go to the expansions. Yeah, I don't know why it's not generating. This is like, I think, the single biggest problem with clocking right now. I'm like an idiot when it comes to clocking. And, like, unless A-Buck is actually here, I don't know how to debug these problems. Like, I literally don't know how to debug it. I have one idea, and if that doesn't work, then I have no idea. Change them to not buffer. It's buffer or infinity. Still not going. Oh, the one idea that I had, let me reset, is to just do half of it, maybe, and then just double the timer for that inserter. Like, have it tick twice as often, like, just do it manually. Warm-up period of 96,000. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, I forgot to do items this time, yeah. That looks really hideous. That doesn't look good. That's a very big clock. 1344. Your base is going really well. You're worried it's going to shit the bed where you make it a purple or yellow? I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it shitting the bed when you make it a purple or yellow. Trust me, it's going to shit the bed long before you make it a purple or yellow. Get used to it. I mean, if I have to modify that for doubling it, it's gonna be a fucking enormous pain in the ass. Well, if you've got plastic, sulfur is pretty easy. I mean, really, the only hard part about oil is like it teaches you to forces you to learn circuits and cracking. It's a fucking 37.8 second clock. That's like by far the longest clock. Can I think I can just lead follower this one, can't I? Yeah, wait, I can lead follower this. This is 42, 63, 74, 35, 70. Yeah, everything's over 16. And it's all direct insert from fast machines. Yeah, I can probably lead follower the whole thing. Okay. Alright, fuck that then. We'll do that after. Let's do the cryo one first, because that I definitely need to use the app. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to use the app for metal or... Okay, I'm glad I realized that. That definitely simplifies my life. Wait, what are these? Are these new? When were these added? One-way valve, overflow valve, top-up valve. I don't remember seeing this before. It's a lane splitter too now? Or have those always been there and I'm just an idiot? Uh-oh, he cloned himself now. Couple of versions and... Yeah, I usually have that shit in my inventory, so I don't look at it very often, but... Speaking of inventory... We need to clean this shit up. Oh, these are all just various clocks. Yeah. Everything in here should be duplicated somewhere. Get rid of all that. Okay, just get rid of mustard. There we go. Nice and clean. Whoops. Let me put these in a spot where it's going to distribute the heat faster. Alright, on top was lithium, yeah. And then cold fluoro. And then oil. Control MMB? Wait, what does that do? Did that delete things or something? Oh. How was I ever supposed to figure that out? Like, what? How many fucking hidden shortcuts are there in this game? Holmium. I need to do holmium. Am I looking to reach? Well, we'll see. We're at 4.5 million. The goal was... We're definitely aiming to increase our SPM by about 50%. We're already mostly set up for it. Like, a lot of the belting and builds are already actually done. And that was, like, planned roughly when we were around, like, 4 million to scale to 6 million. So if I can push my research prod high enough to, say, like, 5 million, which we're probably not going to be able to do because that's research prod 90. And it's another 500 hours of game running. That would be going to from like 5 million to 7.5 million. So I would say 7 million is the goal now at this point. With solid research prod. And for being on Windows. Yeah, for solid research prod and for being on Windows. Yeah, I'm over 4. I'm at 4.5. Highest SPMC on YouTube is... I'm sure there's people with higher than 4. It's been a year since Space Age came out. There's people on Linux, there's people with better processors than me. There's people who, you know, spent time megabasing while I was pretending I was a hamster. You know. I'm doing this base relatively late compared to a lot of others, so... Even insertion limit is 17. You might be okay to do lead follow. But yeah, you're at 7 and 21. So you 100% need to be clocked. The fun way. Oh wait, I'm not a hamster? Maybe I am. How would you know? I'm sitting here all nice and fuzzy. I gotta be careful with the hamster jokes, man. Otherwise people are gonna start thinking I'm a goddamn furry or some shit. Like... I feel like I can't overdo it. Otherwise people are gonna start thinking, ah, he's dressing up in hamster fucking outfits. It's like, oh god, no. Wait, you are? No, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You have to fulfill your furry rodent fantasies elsewhere. Yeah, my computer is actually wheel-powered. I'm running on it right now. While I do this shit. Okay, I guess, like, I don't know, the thing is, like, with the items per second before, we were doing that when we're outputting to a belt, but we're not outputting to a belt, so I think I'm okay, I should be okay just doing it for one block, right? Like, just tell me 14.6. Why was there so much delay when typing those numbers? Holy shit. Why is there like a half-second delay? 1 copy. Cryogenic. Well, that's a nice simple clock. 3.3 seconds. I can work with that. Alright, let's see what we can do with that. Yeah, it's just main clock. It's just main clock running a 196. 2 activations on cryo. 3 activations on ice. Wait, it merged the 2. Oh, it's the same inserter. Yeah, that's right. It's the same fucking inserter. Yeah, it would make sense for it to merge the 2, wouldn't it? Of rubber bands. This sounds like hamster abuse. Spiraling calculation register. I didn't notice that much delay before. That's why it just felt unusual. Alright, let's see. So it's just you. And then you. So traditionally I was doing green for output, red for input. We can stick with that tradition. Why are you not hooked up? What? That does not look right. Oh, goddamn it, the thawing. Here, let me get some more heat things on it, so if when I do that, it doesn't take forever. Just have to remember to remove them later. Can that even reach to that? Yeah, we'll have to do some power pulls. Probably gonna be switching to mediums. PC to play Factorio? Yeah, if you didn't build your PC by now, you're kind of fucked, honestly. You better be rich. PCs are now a luxury. Are you rich enough to be a computer gamer? Yeah, I could probably clock the output, like, independently. But, I mean, this is essentially supposed to clock it according to time. But, yeah, I could clock it by reading the machine if it comes down to it. This did not seem to clock it correctly, though. And I don't know why. No, it has to be tied. It has to be tied. No, it has to be tied. What you said doesn't work, because it has to remove the science at, like, the same time it puts the lithium in, basically. If those two things aren't lined up, it won't work. Give me 1 second. I gotta go, okay. Oh, okay, I'm back. Yeah, you might be right about the lithium. You might be right. It's an easy way to, well, it's backing up like now, isn't it? No, it's backed up now, and it's still having the issue. Yeah, you're right. It's swinging like twice on the ice there. Like you see, 16, 32. It's because it's the same inserter pulling both. Inserter needs filter? I don't know if that'll be good for UPS. We can try. I'd have to split up the combinators, though. Yeah, okay, the problem is the time's already combined. Like, how do I split this up now? Well, I guess that answers the question, doesn't it? It's supposed to be ice, lithium, then ice, then ice. That's how it's supposed to work. So this should be ice on all three. And you should be lithium first one only. Give me a second. I'm a little out of it today. Oh, I'm dying here, man. It's still fucked. Although now it might be because of lithium. Hold on, let me just reset it fully. And give me lithium. Oh, for fuck's sake. Does that? Why do I need a deconstruction planner for heat things right now? That's not the problem right now. Split the first one? I did. This is the ice. This is the 3. So 1, 2, 3. And then this is lithium. Only on the first, the 10 to 32. Which should be this. I guess it should be 21 to 32. This should actually be 10 to 21. Alright, let's try that now. Hey, Rob. I'm waiting like 10 seconds for thaw right now. Lithium a bit later? Yeah, that's what I did. I mean, it's setting filters. But yeah, I just staggered it. So we'll see if that does it. That is once the lithium backs up. Here, let me just disable the upper ones for a bit. Easier way to get it to back up. Does not seem to have helped. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Extend window because underground. I can add 5 to everything and we can see. Which should be more than enough. Wait, that might have been it, actually. It's got one activation there that's doing nothing. You see that? Like that ghost, and right there, it's turning on ice, but it's never putting it in. It's the third one. No, I need the first one. The first one's supposed to be lithium and ice. Then ice, and then ice. And then 2 double removes. +1? I can reduce it by 4, I guess. Because I increase it by 5. Getting output falls occasionally. God, I hate this shit, man. Yeah. Who wants to go play Timberborn? Who wants to go play Dyson Sphere? Who wants to go play Mindustry? Who wants to go play Opus Magnum? Yeah, yeah, at this point even PoE is looking good, man. Like I said it before, like I really appreciate all the work A-Bug did. Because frankly, if he hadn't done it, I probably would have just done some like very rudimentary clocking and that was it. But like, I fucking hate clocking debugging so much. It's so annoying. It's like, hey, let's take a perfectly good working setup, break it, and then try to fix it again. Right? Like the setup, you know, obviously works without clocking perfectly. It's just not clocked. And then in the process of clocking it, you always wind up in these fucking issues, and like nothing ever goes down smoothly. And you have to worry about fixing it. I have one idea I want to try. I want to try, Just increasing these by 1 and seeing if that does it. Whoops. See if maybe it was just the underground causing the issues all along. Who wants a Netflix and chill? I canceled my Netflix a couple months ago. They're charging like over $20 a month now. And there's like nothing good on there anymore. Then again, it feels like most shit is just going down the drain. Maybe I'm just getting... I can't tell. Am I just getting like... Am I just turning into crotchety old man? You know, get off my lawn? Or is it really just that, like, old fucking, like, media these days that comes out as just dog shit? Am I just getting old? Or is it all just fucking slop these days? Reset? Yeah, I just did. No, it's still having issues. Yeah, you can see the double eye sensor when it shouldn't be doing it. Like right there. It goes to 16, then it goes to 32 when it should be putting in lithium. I don't know. The same quantity is good stuff, but the volume of slop is increasing? I mean, I don't know. Like, movies have really gone down the shitter. Like, it's very rare that a movie comes out that's worth watching. Like, there's Hail Mary right now out in theaters. Like, I'm gonna wait till it hits the net. We already had an interesting conversation about the author like a week or so ago, realizing that the guy who wrote it is kind of an idiot. So my expectations for that have been severely tempered. But yeah, I don't know. Belt is also fully... Yeah, let me do the thing. Well, I should have removed this. Have a separate inserter for ice and lithium? Literally no way that's possible. The whole design is too tight. It's even worse? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if they just didn't cancel the shows that I enjoyed, like, I probably would still be subbed. But they canceled 1899, even though Dark was one of the best shows ever released. And it was made by the same showrunners, the same writers. They didn't even give them a fucking chance, and canceled it after one season. And then they canceled Chaos. I didn't find out about Chaos until after it was canceled, but that was the last straw for me. After I found out like only Netflix only ran Chaos for one season, I was like, yeah, you people have no idea how to run this shit. They actually would be successful. Like, the studios pulling all the good shit off Netflix is not Netflix's fault. But them canceling all the good shows that come across their doorstep is. And if they had at least kept their own good shows running, I probably would have kept my sub, but yeah. Yeah, that's all crap. Every plot driver, every relationship stereotype, yeah. It was cool, it was different, yeah. I'm looking somewhat forward to it, but I have tempered my expectations somewhat. After Dune, I don't get hyped for the same movies other people get hyped for anymore. Well, it's fully saturated now. And it's still having issues. Cringe in places? Uh-oh. Well, the thing with the old syndication system is it got, like, it was all over the place, right? Like, you had 24 episodes of TNG per fucking year. Right, like, you're basically getting a new episode every week. And it meant that there was a lot more crap out there, too. But the thing with putting out that many episodes is you occasionally get, like, a good unknown writer, right? Like, that's where, like, new writers, like, cut their teeth. That's how they got, like, you know, known. Is by writing episodes for these random TV shows and then pitching them to the showrunners, and the showrunner being like, oh yeah, like, we can try that. And the opportunity cost was really small. Because it's just one episode. You know, if it fails, it fails. No big deal. Like you know, it's a serialized show. So it's basically like, you know, hits the reset button every week anyway. And you would occasionally get some, like, really good episodes by some really good writers. These days, like, showrunners have, you know, slightly more fixed writers. Like, there might be a team of writers that, like, take turns writing episodes, but... You know, when there's only, like, 8 episodes per season, you take less chances. So you get more of the formulaic crap. Yeah, it's just not removing the science. It's just not lined up right. Like here, ingredient shortage. Now here, not removing the science soon enough. A good ending? Well, that's good. It's always hard to stick the landing. And I always respect someone that does that. Although these days, a lot of shit gets cancelled before it ever has the chance to stick the landing, so... Well, the thing is, like, what they're gambling on is sunk cost, Fleet Fox. That's what it actually is. Like, you guys remember, like, I mean, this is an American thing, but you guys remember how AOL lasted for, like, decades? Even after dial-up was dead? Just because of, like, all the boomers that had, like, their AOL email, and, like, they just were used to accessing the internet via AOL. So they kept AOL, like, for fucking ever. It's like the same thing with Netflix. Like, so many, like, you know, rotting boomers are, like, they're so used to having it that the idea of, like, not having it, like, it's hard for them to comprehend. Yeah, I mean, even my parents fucking did that shit. Like, when we had, cable internet for, like, years, like, many, many years... It's like fucking like 10 years after we had cable internet, they still had AOL. Like, I eventually got them to cancel it and get, like, proper, you know, email accounts, but it was crazy just how long they kept it for and kept paying them. Even though they weren't even getting internet through AOL anymore. They were literally paying, like, 20 bucks a month just for the email account. AOL equals Netflix? Yeah, I mean, there are similarities, right? AOL got super widespread because it was super early on, got super entrenched, and became synonymous with accessing the internet for a very large number of people. Netflix, again, was the first one on the scene, got super entrenched, became synonymous with watching movies on the internet for a large number of people. Alright, what are we fucking doing here? Are we gonna stick with the filtered version, I guess? Yeah. Kinda worked, at least. I don't know, the filter thing feels very much like this shouldn't be how it needs to be done. I don't think we had to use filters on anything else, and I swear to God, I think I remember A-Buck saying at one point that filters were bad. Like, I never had to filter this. This is grabbing 2 ingredients. This has very low insert limits, 5, 15. Although, I did have to send this blueprint to A-Buck in order to get his help to finish clocking it, so it maybe isn't the best example. Yeah, same thing here. With the grenades and ammo. It was always just a 1 for 2. Yeah, I feel like the filter shouldn't be necessary. Cryo insert limits, really low on the lithium, 7. Ice is high though at 21. What happens when I don't filter? The world explodes. The entire planet gets turned to rubble. That's what happened. Yeah, I don't think I should be splitting it up. I don't know. Here, give me a fresh shot. Let's try this again. It's a really simple block. Shouldn't be that damn complicated. I actually I didn't say anything because I didn't want to fucking jinx it. But I actually thought this would be pretty fast to clock. Because it's literally just 2 ingredients. But yeah, I'm thinking of just trying this, but with the raised tick. So let's, here, let me sort these out. So this is, defaults. Oh my god, why does it do that? You are split deciders with +1. Alright, so your default, I want you. And we're gonna go you to you and you. Make sure you're set. Make sure you're set. And we're just gonna play with the timer until it works. Let's just add 5 seconds to each and see what happens. So you were 37. And 5 ticks, sorry, not 5 seconds. 58. My job is done here. Hey, Vader. I looked a bit more into your guy, by the way. Your Peter Magyar. There was actually an article like I had that I was gonna read about him, and I fucking misplaced the link, and I need to find it again. But yeah, I'll probably wait till after I read the article to give you my full opinion, actually. But yeah, I did wind up looking into him a little bit more. But I think my initial assessment of him was actually pretty accurate. But if you want the really like quick version of what I found out, the guy apparently said like his political role models are like Thatcher and Reagan. Like, I don't know if you know much about American politics, but Reagan is kind of universally considered to be one of the worst presidents we've ever had economically. So him saying he looks up to Thatcher and Reagan is not a good sign. And he already, you know, said he supports Israel, so that's not a good sign either. I mean, granted, Orban was dog shit. I will give you that. Like, I'm not trying to redeem Orban in any way here. Like, Orban was an absolute huge Zionist. So, yeah, like, Orban going... It's hard to have somebody worse, so he might be marginally better. But I wouldn't get my hopes up too high in regards to how big that margin is going to be. Like, I would expect him to be, like, extremely marginally better, but yeah, it's... Yeah. I was kind of annoyed I misplaced that article. I was trying to find it right before the stream because I realized I lost the link to it, but it was like the one good article I'd found, and I just hadn't gotten around to reading it. I'll try to find it after the stream. Improvement is gigantic? I mean, we'll see what his actual policies wind up being. But he's essentially coming from, you know, the whole austerity neoliberal school of thought, which I can tell you right now, like, that, you know, as I said, the whole Reaganism thing. Like, Reagan's entire thing was to destroy the left. Destroy, like, what was left of the left, I guess, in the United States. Like, he went after trade unions incredibly hard. So if, like, your guy coming in is, like, saying, like, my favorite American president is the one who destroyed all the trade unions, then good luck. I'm guessing you're Hungarian, by the way, given how invested you seem to be in what's going on here. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I'll try to find that article, and I'll try to give you a little bit more of what I can provide via analysis, but I gotta find that article first. But yeah, that's my synopsis so far, based on what I know of just, like, you know, a quick little research. Yeah, and I certainly hope things turn out well for you guys, but, like, I'm not trying to be a dick, and I'm not trying to be biased. I'm just trying to do what I do regarding this stuff. Just provide the most objective analysis that I can. Yeah, I mean, as I said, Orban is definitely worse. But generally, his policies seem to be, like, his ideology seems to be about 90% consistent with what Orban thought. So... But yeah... I didn't realize, like, Hungarian politics was as far right as, well, as I learned it was over the past couple days. Well, that's 10%? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as I said, once again, I'm not debating he's better than Orban. I just... I've seen too many people like this. They're all the same. But yeah. Like, as I said, if you were familiar with what Reagan did in the U.S., like, you would consider him saying he looks up to Reagan Thatcher as, like, a huge red flag. Like, look up what he did with the air traffic controller strike, for example. The air traffic controller strike and just overall treatment of unions. Anyway, are we running with this? Are we good? Does this look good to everybody? I don't know if we're going to be able to get it much better than that. Is it stopping at all, or is it... No, it's still getting some tiny... stop workings. There is an unused window? What, for the lithium, you mean? Or you mean putting one in here? Are you talking about doing another lithium insert here or something? Is that the window you mean? There's a window that is active and... Oh, yeah, that, yeah. I thought you meant adding a window. Yeah, that's that one. I'm pretty sure it's the third one still. Yeah, it's the third one. Yeah, I'm hoping for you guys too, but... I'm very familiar with people of his ideology. But I don't know much about what he's promised so far. Like, the austerity neoliberal ideology is something I know a lot about. Because we've had to deal with it a lot in this country. Yeah, if I find that article, yeah, I'll read it and give you my summary, and I'll link you the article as well. I'll try to look for it after the stream, but it was like the only article I could find going in depth about his ideology. Just wish I hadn't lost the fucking link. Why is it unused, though? That's the question. Because it's putting too much ice in sooner? I wish I could have those both up at the same damn time. Yeah, that's one of my requests for 2.1. Let me have this window and this window open at the same fucking time. We were self-offering. Yeah, I mean, I've heard people refer to Orban as a fascist. I've heard people also refer to Magyar as a fascist, but I'm not aware enough of their domestic policies, so I deliberately refrained from using that word because, when I use it accurately, and I know that some people do not use it accurately, and that leads to, people not taking the word as seriously. But yeah, I don't know. 15-second ad? Oh. How do you only have a 15-second ad? It's supposed to be longer than that, damn it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And, if I can find more about his ideology. I mean, what did he even promise, campaign-wise, though? I don't even know what he's promised. What has he said that he's gonna do, aside from, try to cozy up to the EU better? Which always works out very well for, countries in the EU that aren't named Germany. Anti-corruption, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's always a good promise. The delivery is another story. Yeah, I mean, if a candidate ran on anti-corruption in the U.S. and they actually delivered, it would be huge as well, I agree. But the question is, can he actually deliver? I can think of another European leader in an Eastern European country who partially won his election on anti-corruption. And, well, let's just say that is not what he kept. But that's a whole nother conversation. Oh, yeah, I mean, we can pick this conversation again if I find that article, but yeah. But yeah, anyway, so what do we do with this? Trying to eliminate that tiny lithium shortage. I don't understand why there is a lithium shortage. Because the lithium is always being inserted on the first tick. Right? Again, I wish I could see both of these at the same time. No, look, it's grabbing extra. Look, you see what's happening? It's grabbing extra. It's grabbing 16, 16, and then 12. And then on the next tick, it's putting the rest of lithium in. Maybe I should cut the number down. I increased it by 5. Yeah, I went from 32 to 35. Let's cut it down by 2. Yeah, let's go to 35, 91, 156. Your chip control is done? Nice, very nice. I worked on mine a bit too. I guess I can't show you right now because I'm not in my game. Yeah, I worked on mine a bit too over the past couple days. Are you happy now? Wait, that's kind of looking a little better. This is gonna sound weird, but I almost think the answer is to shorten the clock duration. Oh, no, it's still grabbing extra lithium. Yeah, it's 16.16.8 now. It's 1 tick for every 4 items. So, like, if I put this to 34, 90, and 155, it's gonna have 4 items, right? No, it still gets 8. Remove the last window? Just shorten the clock entirely? Not a bad idea, honestly. Try 33, 89. I just want to see if I can get it to the point where it stops picking up extra lithium. Yeah, that does it. Nope, still grabbing extra. Yeah, you know what? Let's try this. Let's give me the default timers. So give me the OGs. And this goes to 153. So what's 153 minus 87? 66 ticks less on the clock total. I think. So that would be 130. And it doesn't seem to be grabbing extra. Wait, did I do it? Don't change it? Okay, I can try putting it back. Is this European chat only? No, we're pretty global, honestly. I think we have a good... I mean, obviously, you know, Twitch is always going to be like an American-dominated platform. I mean, you can see at the bottom of my stream. Just scroll down. I mean, the plugin doesn't work on everybody. But yeah, there you go. Apparently Poland is number 3 right now. Oh, Poland number 2! Poland stocks rising. But yeah, we always generally have a pretty good representation. What is that flag? Wait. I don't recognize. Oh, that's... Okay. That looked like a black upper part, not a blue. Yeah, I was like, what is black and yellow? Like, yeah, that's Ukraine. Yeah, we got Taiwan, Slovakia, Portugal, France, New Zealand, Estonia, Czechia, Canada, Belarus. Melantos is lurking. But yeah, it moves around. It's usually always American the most, though. But that's good. We have a good representation. I like that. Not just getting the opinions of only one country. Yeah, it's privacy, and I think you can. I think there's some settings you can do as well to disable it. I'm not sure. No penguins? Yeah, I know. What would Antarctica flag be anyway? Just plain white? Plain white with a penguin on it. There we go. There's no Austria? I didn't see it. That would be in Spain right now. The pilots are striking in Munich and fucking my flights. Hey, Spain stocks have been rising lately. Everyone's opinion of Spain has been going up. It's a good time to be Spanish. Spain is the true leader of Europe. The true moral center. English or Spanish? English? You clearly missed. You missed the first half of the stream. I think we have to shorten the clock, Andy. Oh, hold on, let me let the lithium back up again. I think we do need to shorten the clock. Not 100% sure though. Poland will also be the best European country. I'm sensing a little bit of bias there. Why are you like... Okay, I'm gonna ask a question to my European audience. Why are Europeans always so fucking nationalistic? Like, you guys don't, like, make fun of Americans going like, America, but, like, very few people actually do that. Like, Europeans, I've noticed, are just way more fucking nationalistic than, like, Americans are, on average. Like, it's, like, a huge difference. Because we actually have some history. I've read a lot of your guys' history. It's not usually something to be proud of. There's a lot of countries in Europe that don't have, weren't exactly on the right side of history back then. We refuse to identify with European. I think that makes more sense, yeah, as an explanation. They gotta fight back the Germans on a daily basis? See, now that does make sense. Because bullying Swedes is fun. Valid. I can get behind that. Who do they think they are anyway? Barely any coastline and no oil? Like, Jesus. It's too easy to bully them. We like blood? Okay. That is, as I said... Not beating the allegations. Hey, we Finnish people only fought with Germany just to reclaim our lands? I'm not sure that's the bragging point that you think it is. And we just wanted our land back. We were okay with the genocide part, yeah. not exactly. No. We can excuse genocide, but we draw the line at land theft. Kind of meme, right? It does feel like sports team tribalism, yeah. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, some people definitely do take it way too seriously. The reason I notice it is because I mean, if you've been, if you're in this channel at this point, you obviously know that, I do this kind of analysis, and I try to be as impartial and neutral as I can. But like when I criticize European countries, if I'm like talking about a European country, like people get way more defensive than where I'd ever criticize America. Like there's always like there'll be like 10 Americans in chat and like one person from that European country. I'll say like extremely harsh shit about America and the Americans will be like, yeah, this place sucks. And then I'll say like some mild criticism about the European country and they'll be like, you know, they'll turn into the most nationalistic person you've ever, like, seen. Like, how dare you? How dare you insult my, like, precious little, like, you know, 5 million population, like, Hamlet kind of thing. Well, that's just my observation. Europeans have much more diversity in culture without history, so anything xenophobic? Is it really that diverse, though? Is it really? Or is that just what you tell yourselves? Compared to America? Yeah, that's because America has no culture. America's just this fucking hodgepodge of, like, random cultures of like, the immigrants that came here. Like, that is the American culture. It's just the, like, oh, it's the fucking, you know, the million different kinds of subcultures. That is it. There is really kind of no genuine overarching American culture in that sense, I would say. Corn syrup is American culture? Yeah, pretty much. Corn syrup, school shootings, and dropping bombs on people. Yeehaw! Something like that. Making fun of and belittling the French is incredibly common and welcome. See, but that's the thing, like, you guys belittle each other way more than we belittle, like, Canadians and Mexicans, for example. You can go from Chinatown to Little Italy? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I've talked about the food here. Like, I live in Los Angeles, you know. And I think a lot of Europeans have a hard time understanding how big LA is. Like, the population of the greater LA area is larger than, like, half of the European countries, basically. The population of the state of California is, like, larger than, like, 2/3 of European countries. But, like, the one thing I do love about living here is, like, the sheer variety of food that we get. Like, if your country, if your culture has good food, then someone has opened a restaurant, you know, within 5 miles of wherever you live in LA, basically. It's the one thing I think I would miss the most if I ever wound up moving to Europe. Is like, I think I'd be like, you know... I think I'd be like in Norway going like, you know, oh, the scenery is amazing and, you know, stuff like that, and it's so chill here, but I can't get a fucking burrito worth a damn to save my life. God, who was it I remember? I remember someone was telling me they had, like, the local Mexican restaurant was putting, like, mayonnaise on their food. And I was just like, oh my god. You better not tell the Mexicans, because they'll fucking invade. I forget which country it was, but they were like, yeah, they're putting, like, mayonnaise instead of sour cream on the goddamn burritos and shit, and it's like, oh my god. LA pizza is terrible? Nah, I mean, okay. In general, yeah, I would say, yeah, but I've found a couple good places. There's 2 places near where I live that I found. You just have to hunt them down. You know, hole-in-the-wall kind of places. But yeah, you can find good pizza. It just takes a bit more effort, but yeah. I would say overall the pizza is lacking. Compared to, say, like, you know, the Mexican food or the Italian food. It's pretty top tier. You should see the beef between Balkan countries? Yeah, I know. I've heard about it. I've seen a bit of it. Can I get reindeer on pizza? No. I think we do have to shorten the clock, Andy. I mean, this is what we're getting with the unshortened. And I think it was working pretty well. At that. Let's let it run for a minute and see. It's funny you mentioned pizza. I got a pizza like a couple days ago. Well, whenever it's my days off, I always go out and get some good food, you know? Gotta enjoy, like, what little pleasures in life are left. And I try to change what it is every week. And I actually got pizza this past week. I got barbecue chicken pizza. I still have a couple slices in the fridge, actually. All you wanted was a good slice? Yeah, like, the places I'm thinking about are, like, hyper-local. As in, like, I'm basically doxing myself if I tell you what they are, kind of thing. So yeah, you kind of have to, like, hunt down, like, hole-in-the-wall kind of places. Neither of the places I'm talking about are chains. There's just, like, it's just, like, a one kind of stop area. I'm really vicious about finding new places, though. Like, most people, like, I don't really do it the way I do. Like, I will have weeks or times where I just deliberately go seek out a new place I haven't been to before. Like, I'll be like, I want a sandwich, let me go find, like, deliberately find a new sandwich place that I've never been to before. So, yeah. I'm the same way, like, in restaurants, too. I'm the kind of person where it's like, how do you know what the best thing on the menu is until you've tried everything on the menu? So I'll, like, always order, like, you know, different things, and yeah. I didn't think it was that unusual until, like, you know, a couple years ago, and I realized, like, most people just kind of go to the same places and get the same things over and over until that place closes down. Never look at chains? There can be some decent chains. There can be some decent chains. You're in LA, right? Like, or were you just here temporarily? Or do you live in LA? You was more North LA and Glendale? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, LA is fucking huge. LA is, like, absolutely huge. Like, it takes, like, several hours to get from one side of the city proper to the other side, basically. Well, depending on which direction you're going, right? Like, east-west is going to take you longer than north-south, but north-south will still take you quite a while. But yeah, lots of people don't really realize how big LA is. Hell, a lot of people in LA don't fucking realize how big LA is. It's huge. LA is bigger than Austria? Yeah. Is it actually? I thought Austria was, like, had a decent population. I'm looking it up now. Yeah, see, this is exactly what I mean. When I was saying, like, you know, I live in a city with bigger population than all your fucking European hamlets. Like, this is what I mean. The Austria population is, like, 9 million people. The entire country. There's like 9 million people, like, within, you know, 20, 30 miles of me. Like, the population of greater Los Angeles, like, greater? I'm not about to get in a fucking argument about what the definitions of LA borders are. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you can just seamlessly drive from one urban area to the other, it's the same fucking city. But yeah, like, I mean, let's see what it says. Yeah, I will say around 20 million. But, like, it really just depends on what you consult. Because, like... Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the population of Greater Los Angeles is 20 million people. But, you know, we're at that point, we're talking the entirety of the LA metropolis, right? Yeah, we have more people than fucking Austria. Yeah, we were talking about Hungary. Yeah, population of Hungary is only 10 million as well. Like, so many of these European countries are just cities that were never conquered, basically. like, it's kind of insane to me. It's like your country, not even less population than my state, but less population than my city. Half of Poland? Yeah, Norway is fucking tiny. Norway's gonna get conquered for its oil sometime in the next century, I swear to God. Like, as shit starts to go down, people are gonna be like, why does such a tiny country have so much oil? And one of the other European countries is just gonna fucking conquer it. Finland, 5.6, yeah. What about Sweden? Is that also around 5? Or is that slightly higher? It can't be lower. Yeah, Sweden's the biggest at 10 million. What else? Germany is like 100 million, right? Yeah, Germany is 85. And I think France has like 50 or something. Okay, I was a little off. France is around 70. Poland, I actually have no idea off the top of my head. 40, yeah. Yeah, France, Germany, and Poland. What's the population of Spain, actually? I don't know that. Spain has 50. Yeah, so those are basically your largest countries. Spain, Germany, France, and Poland. Can't count UK anymore because they're not a part of Europe anymore. They're in timeout island right now. Self-imposed timeout. Yes, they are. Shh. Took me 2 hours to get from Glendale to LAX, yeah. Yep. Yep, that sounds about right. I mean, Glendale is like way north, though. Look at Shenzhen and Guangzhou. Yeah, I mean, China is a whole nother fucking level. Like, modern Chinese metropolises are just insane in how, like, well built they are. Like, it's just like an ocean of skyscrapers in so many cities. Like, you can't even compare any country to China anymore. China is just so far above other countries in terms of development in almost every conceivable measurable metric. Europe, just not EU? I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously I know it's in Europe. I was making a joke that apparently, you know... Yeah, it was crazy to be a part of the LA traffic. Dude, I live the LA traffic meme. I used to have to drive on the 405 and, like, the 10 and the 110 all the fucking time. I deliberately, you know... As I got older, I, like, you know, and I lived here, I deliberately tried to avoid commutes for jobs. Because commuting, like, it just sucks. Like, you know, you're commuting for a job. You're not getting paid during the commute. It's just more time out of your day gone. If you have a 2-hour commute each way, it's 4 hours of your day you're spending on the fucking road. You know, that's just lost. Miserable time sitting in traffic. But yeah, like, the traffic in LA has gotten a lot worse. Like, I grew up here. I've lived here, like, not all my life, but about, I'd say, half my life. And the traffic has gotten much, much worse since I grew up. Like, it's really bad now. Like, I actually, like, avoid going anywhere during rush hour. Like, if it's, like, after 4 p.m. and before 6 p.m., I will not go anywhere unless I absolutely have no choice. I'll try to do things either before or after. Because, yeah, the roads were not meant for the level of population that we have. Which is why, you know, I'm not a NIMBY in the slightest. I'm, like, the complete opposite of a NIMBY. But whenever people are like, we need to build more housing in LA, I'm like, no. The roads can't handle it, man. The roads literally can't handle it. We literally don't have the fucking space to transport these people. We don't have the space to transport the people we do have. It's getting ridiculous. Just dig a tunnel? Yeah, someone had that idea. Did you guys even hear about Musk's tunnel shit that he tried in LA? Another one of his stupid fucking failed projects in order to push, you know, more car-centric systems? God, like, you should look that up. I'm not going to get into that because it was probably, you know... For a man filled with nothing but dumb ideas, it might have been one of his fucking dumbest. Ugh. Is it true that there is a carbon emission mandate that you can stop and ticketed for driving a pleasure out during certain hours? No. Where the fuck did you hear that? Whoever told you that, you should never listen to them again. If it's a person, you should just ignore anything they have to say. Or if it's like some news outlet, you should just assume it's complete propaganda. Because that's an insane... No. How would they even know if you're driving for pleasure? Like, what? I haven't received a ticket in, like, decades. Last time I got a ticket, it was when I was, like, a teenager. You commute from Orange County to LAX, it's usually 90 minutes one way? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I used to have a 2-hour commute for a job. And, like, I couldn't stand it. That was what, like, really burned me out on commuting, was when I had, like, a 2-hour commute to my job when I was in my early 20s. Can't stand it anymore. But no, yeah, that's complete bullshit. Does everything will be 10-minute walk? Dude, like, how many of people are American? Do any of you guys remember, like, the right-wing propaganda about, like, 15-minute cities or, like, 10-minute cities? Like, they were literally spreading propaganda that the government would arrest you if you went further than 10 minutes from your house or some shit like that. I actually had relatives that fell for that shit. They were, like, super opposed to, like, 10, 15-minute cities. Like, the whole idea behind the whole 10, 15-minute city was that you would be able to access all your locally convenient stuff that you need to live within 10, 15 minutes. Like, you'd have a grocery store, you'd have a doctor, you'd have a dentist, you know, you'd have a hospital. You know, that was the whole idea behind 15-minute cities, was simply having good distribution of services throughout the city. But of course, just like everything else in this fucking country, you know, the right was, like, literally, like, Fox News, like, News Nation, all the fucking, like, super, like, you know, insane propaganda outlets were literally spreading information that you would be, like, arrested if you went outside your 15 minutes, or you'd be ticketed and fined if you went outside your restricted zone. And I had relatives that believed this shit. That actually believed this shit. I'm like, how do you fucking believe this crap? Like, it's the level of indoctrination we're dealing with here in this country. Like, people are just so fucking cooked, man. Yeah, China also has literally the best mass transit in the fucking world. So, yeah. Imagine getting a ticket where driving a dickhead is... Dude, it's gotten so much worse, too, over the years. Like, people are like, I've seen so much more road rage. I've had someone, like, road rage at me. Like, it's gotten so much fucking worse over the years, too. Like, people are just getting more and more, like, toxic and escalatory and just fucking, you know. People don't talk to each other anymore. They just want to yell at each other. It's like the American fantasy is just, you know, to get a chance to shoot someone that you don't like, basically. That's the real American dream. Give the 15-minute city propaganda? Yeah. Yeah, and, like, the only thing I can think of is, like, it has to be, like, really backed by, like, the car and oil industries, right? Because who benefits from people driving more? Car industries and oil industries, right? Like, that's gotta be the group funding it. It makes the most sense. Blame social media for that? Yeah, I mean, you can blame social media for a lot of fucking things. But the people I'm talking about, like, the people who were, like, fell for that propaganda, they don't even use social media. I'm talking about, like, my boomer relatives who just fucking, like, you know, literally watch Fox News and News Nation all day long. And that's where they get all their information from. And anything that contradicts that information is propaganda or is wrong. They think the internet is, like, nothing but lies. Like, they think cable TV is the truth. And they think the internet is nothing but lies. Like, I've tried talking to them before, and they're like, you just get all your information from the internet. That's literally how they speak. And I'm like, you literally get all your fucking information from Fox News. Not to mention, like, calling the internet, like, just, like, as one, like, it's one big, you know, entity. Like, you know, I fucking log on my computer and go talk to Johnny Internet, and I get all my information from him. Like, what the fuck? Like, like, yeah, I don't talk to them much anymore. The American dream was to slip on an unmarked wet floor in Walmart? That too. Get all your information from Twitch? I mean, better than, like, fucking, like, Murdoch-owned news media. That's for goddamn sure. Well, I guess it depends who you get your information from. That Hobbit guy, he's completely cooked. You should never listen to anything he says. Social media built around engagement, easiest way to keep doom scrolling? Yeah. Show them the online presence of Fox News. The traffic in LA reminds me of Mediterranean. Yeah, I mean, like, the fact that traffic is generally so bad here and has gotten worse is definitely what contributes to a lot of it. You know, people getting stuck in traffic and just getting, like, pissed off and then taking it out on other drivers, yeah. Instead of our city management. This city is completely lawless, by the way. I think we should make that perfectly clear. This city, like, has no fucking proper structure or actual, like, government or management. Like, LA really is kind of like the Wild West in the sense that it continues to exist, you know, by the grace of its inhabitants and no other reason. Just because, like, the people of LA have collectively decided that, you know, we're not burning it down yet. But, like, in terms of, like, actual, like, proper government, and I'm not talking about, you know, the LAPD running around like a fucking actual gang. I'm talking about actual, you know, city management kind of shit. Completely fucking, like, lawless in that regard. Yeah, the Michelin started with a car tire company. Yep. Literally just trying to get people to drive further. If the legendary blue science was worth the effort, or was it a failure? Your day 15? The legendary blue science fell through because the amount of sulfur required to generate for it was insane. Was absolutely insane. Like, we even tried dedicated sulfur ships. The thing is, if you look at ships and the asteroid recipes, the ice, carbon, and metal recipes can produce a very high amount of material. The sulfur, calcite, and copper produces a very small amount of material, relatively speaking. And so in order to actually supply the sulfur for it, wound up being really... That's what ultimately torpedoed it, and you'll see that happen throughout the video if you keep watching. Throughout the series, I mean. We even experimented with dedicated sulfur ships, and we were going to need multiple large, very large, like I'm talking, you know, the size of my white science ships, dedicated sulfur processing ships just to provide the sulfur. It was very clear that it was going to be a net negative, unfortunately. So yeah, we tried that, and we experimented with quality purple as well. They both fell through. And that was the point where I pivoted to a more standard, you know, all novice sciences on novice, off-world sciences only going through the hub. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I can't believe... Yeah, I agree, Smitty. I agree. Like, I don't know. I don't know how people, like, literally, like, take cable news with any bit of seriousness when it was directly illustrated just how tightly fucking controlled it all is. Like, it's so controlled, it's so compromised. Like, the thing is, like, people think that the US doesn't have, like, state propaganda. Like, they will point to, like, you know, Chinese news outlets and they'll be like, oh, the Chinese government funds them, it's Chinese state propaganda. They will go point to, like, Russia Today and be like, it's Russian state propaganda. But then, like, they point to fucking, like, Fox News and CNN and MSNBC and go, no, this is independent, you know, objective media. It's like, this shit's more fucking state propaganda than Russia fucking Today is. Like, you will have a more fucking accurate view of the world reading that than you will listening to American cable TV. Like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, there is no good cable TV anymore. Like, even the most left-leaning, and I say leaning because they were never actually left, news networks in the US, when I was growing up, are now basically where the right-leaning ones were. Like, basically, like, CNN is essentially what Fox News was in the early 2000s. Fox News is now sailed completely off the edge of the planet. You know, they're free-falling into fucking, you know, propaganda oblivion. And, yeah, like, it's so fucking cooked. It's so fucking cooked. It's so fucking cooked, and the fact that, like, a significant segment of the population gets their news from this shit is a big reason why we're just completely cooked as a country. Med countries of northern India, they do on the roads. Even the coach I was on probably went wrong the wrong way. Yeah. India traffic is a beautiful amount of chaos. It's shocking that there's not more accidents than there actually are. It's just right-wing US. I mean, they essentially are pushing, you know, they're essentially pushing the state narratives, though. But yeah, I mean, like, I think that trying to differentiate between state propaganda and right-wing propaganda is sort of one of those things that, it just comes to splitting hairs at a certain point, right? Anyway, we need to wrap up this cryo thingy and get it deployed as well as the orange one. I did want to finish those two things today, and it's turning into a yapping stream. I mean, it always is a yapping stream. Yeah, they did. Yeah, Fox News tried to dodge, I think, libel or they tried to dodge, like, libel charges, I think, or something like that, by saying that, you know, it's just entertainment, it's not actually news. But yeah, man, the American media landscape is wild. Is actually fucking wild. Like, every time I get fucking microdosed with it against my will, it's always against my will. Because I never turn on that shit voluntarily, but every time I get exposed to it, I'm just kind of, like, blown away by just how completely and utterly divorced from reality it actually is. Like, American media just sells you, like, two different pockets of reality, basically. Neither of which represent actual reality. And you get to choose whether you want, like, you know, red delusion or blue delusion. Red MAGA or blue MAGA. As far as how things actually are and how actually exist, zero representation of that in American mainstream media. Okay, so we're still getting, I think, some tiny lithium gaps on this. It'd be nice if we could eliminate that, maybe by reducing the timer a little bit or so. Like, you go to what? 130, and you go to what? It doesn't even go close to 130, yeah. I mean, I could just try reducing it a bit more, but... The ice inserting is fine. I mean, you could make an argument that the lithium inserting is also fine, and I should just run with it. That second insert is, like, perfectly timed. Well, the thing is, there's only one insert. So saying it's a second insert isn't really true. Because there's only one insert. Right? Okay, we're gonna put this aside. And let's try reducing this slightly. Let's see what happens. If it's close, it's properly timed. I really would like these working like non-stop if possible. Because cryo makes very slowly compared to other sciences. No, the timer's too short now. It's gonna bottom out. Because it's gonna try to swing at some point where there's over 7. And then that'll happen, yeah. Maybe just try reducing it by a tick or 2. Let's try 2. See, this should ideally be getting to the same number every time. Right? Like, when you think about it, we only insert lithium once per cycle. At the start. So in theory, that should be hitting the same low before insertion every time. So that time I went to 2, 2... 3, 2. Wait, I might have it pretty close right now. Ah, fuck. Two. Yeah, okay, that one inserted like way early. It inserted like on one of the ice swings. Or I guess the ice swing, because there's only one ice swing right now. Let's just watch it for a minute or two and see if it has a bottom out. If it runs for like 5 minutes without bottoming out, then I'm gonna say it's good enough. This is only 1 tick less than the default timer. Well, I mean, I guess it's not default because we modified it quite a bit. We removed the third swing and then we decreased the amount of time. No, it's still bottoms. Fuck. We shouldn't have to do split deciders, though. That's the thing. Like, in none of there's lots of other blueprints where we are picking up two different materials off a belt, one with, you know, higher inserter count than the other. Some with, like, very low ones. Like, on Blue Science, they're both below 16. And we got it to work. And as I said, like, I can't remember, but I swear to God, I think I remember A-Buck saying, like, don't do filtered stuff. Because it's worse, but, like, I can't remember. I need to, like, ask him about it. Yeah, but that's what the second ice insert is supposed to handle. I don't understand the super long timer it gave us though. Like this is working so much better since I shrunk the timer. It would work if ice or lithium were opposite. That's really kind of annoying to switch right now. I'd have to redesign the bottom half entirely. What I'm actually wondering right now is if it would be fine if I increase the timer slightly rather than decrease it. Been trying to say that? Sorry. When we get going, we get going. I mean, even if it inserts the ice early, even if it inserts the lithium early, like when it occasionally, like, you know, doesn't go down, like most of the time it's supposed to go down to like 2 or 3, right? But occasionally it's reinserting like way early. But even when it does that, it still is getting the ice because it just does a double insert of ice. Like I think what happens is it inserts the lithium. Like this one isn't here anymore. So when it inserts the lithium here, then it does a double insert ice here sometimes. Instead of doing it like that, but... yeah, it just shortened out again. I want to try something. We're at 1 tick below. Go slightly higher. That doesn't seem to have helped. No, if anything, it's worse. Yeah, 130 was the quote-unquote default, but not real default. Clogging is a pain. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Manually adjusting it without math? Yeah, I know. Well, I did some math. When I cut off the third cycle here, I cut the main timer by exactly how much time there was between the second and the third. Like here, it was, that was with +1. That's not the right one. But yeah, 153 minus 87. Is 66, yeah. And that's exactly how much I dropped the timer by. From 196 to 130. I mean, it's very close. What if I just give it the chance to double swing at both opportunities? Like, this is 22 higher. This is not 22 higher. So make this 98. Like, it'll be active slightly longer than it needs on one of the swings. But that should technically solve it. Like, now it'll be constant for sure. Yeah, that works. At the cost of slightly longer activation time. Every 16, it'd have to be 17. Or 21. Yeah. It'd have to be 21, because yeah, otherwise it can insert ice. Where should go to a board? Right now my Prometheum ships go to a kilo. Well, they swing by Gleba on the way in case Gleba happens to need eggs. And they can drop a few there. But yeah, mine right now go to a kilo. Because they need to return the bathroom key. Like, if the ship is in a board sequence, it needs to get rid of the bathroom key. And give it to the next ship so that ship can load up properly. So yeah, my board planet is a kilo. I want to try one thing. So this is with doubled second swing time. I want to try just doing one tick on this. That's just getting in partial hands again, yeah. That's what we want to avoid. Wait, is it actually perfect? No. No, yeah, fuck, man. Do we just commit to this then? That's the best solution I have. Doubled second timer. But yeah, it's got that second slightly long activation time, but I don't know. This is the best solution I have right now. Give me 1 second. Okay, Mike. I don't know. Unless someone has a better idea, or A-Buck shows up to yell at me and tell me what I'm doing wrong. This is the best idea I have right now. Yeah. Can look at it tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, I'll send you guys the blueprint for those of you who want to take a look. Including the extra timers. Have a report? Like a school report or a job report? Just found out that I played PoE 2, yeah. School report? Are you in grad school or are you just a lot younger than I thought you were? But yeah, I did play some PoE 2 when it came out. I'm guessing you found out because of the YouTube video. Because otherwise, I'm not sure how else you would have found out. Oh damn, you're young, bro. I kind of assumed you were at least like 35 or something. You might be the youngest person in chat. How does that make you feel? Is there anyone younger than Andy in chat? "22 years in university." Who, me? Yeah, I was talking with you with the PoE 2. I was just saying, I assume you found out I played PoE 2 via the YouTube video. Because otherwise I'm not sure how else you would have found out. He isn't the youngest? Lou, you're younger? I stopped developing mentally at 15. Does that count? That hits home. We're all just overgrown teenagers. Mentally, I'm only 10. 24. Lou is 18. Okay, so Andy, you're the second youngest person in chat. But yeah, I think the average age is like probably like 35 or so. If I were to guess, based on what I've asked people. And what they've said in the past. You're 53, do you win? Close. I mean, someone else said they were... Headbanger said he was 51. Act your shoe size, not your age. I'm 19, I'm 28. And... I'm surprised, actually. I'm surprised. We got a few people younger than I thought. No one younger than 18, though. I scared off all the Gen Zers, apparently. I mean, I guess 18 kind of is Gen Z these days. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Generation definitions are just as arbitrary as genre definitions. Scared him off with all the politics? Oh yeah, we did so much politics today. We more just talked about things today than actually really discussing anything in depth. I mean, yeah. Lots of talk about things, not as much talk of things. Factorio doesn't click with the 18-year-old brain? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I knew about Factorio for a very long time before I tried it out. It's just that, like, the kind of game it looks like from a distance doesn't look very interesting to most people. I don't think it's a young person type thing. But if, you know, you play lots of, like, you know, other games like MMOs, shooters, fucking RTSs, you know, whatever the fuck, then the idea of, like, oh, factory management simulator doesn't sound very appealing, right? Like, you kind of just, like, you look at screenshots of it and whatnot, you're just kind of like, eh, whatever. You know, you don't really appreciate it. Like, I probably would have never tried Factorio if it wasn't for one thing. If it wasn't for PoE releasing Harvest League. And when PoE released Harvest, I got, like, super into, like, planting my garden for a little bit. Like, I was like, I'm gonna design, like, the most densely packed fucking garden possible. Like, I'm gonna create, like, the best fucking garden layout. And I did create, like, the best fucking garden layout that anyone had. Like, all the other layouts that people were floating around, I was like, nah, man, I got way more flowers in my garden than anyone else. And one of my viewers, one of the other ducks, we have a lot of ducks here. It's a common name, apparently. It's a common surname for Factorio players, Duck. But one of my viewers said that, hey, like if you really enjoy like doing garden layouts, you should check out like Factorio. You might like it. And then one day I downloaded the Factorio demo. I still remember that day. I downloaded the Factorio demo and I downloaded the Rift Breaker demo. And I was like, I'm probably gonna get one of these games. Let's find out which one. We played the Rift Breaker first. I played it for about an hour, a little bit more. I was like, this game's alright. And then I played the Factorio demo, and I was playing it for 8 fucking hours. Because that's how long it took me to finish it. The very first time I played. 8 hours to finish the Factorio demo. Figuring out how everything worked. And the rest was history. I actually did wind up picking up the Rift Breaker on sale very recently. It was like only a couple months ago. It was on sale for like $5 or something like ridiculously cheap. And I said, fuck it. Let's grab it. So yeah, I have that now. I haven't played it yet though. To activate after reading a science request? Yeah, I mean, I guess I could do that. The thing is, like, I want the science loaded. I kind of want the science loaded before the request comes in, though. It would make more sense to read the silo and insert it if the number is below a certain amount, right? Like, activate it if it's below 1,000, like to do something like this. It still has the wake call, though. Yeah, the white line is already there once it's swung. Got Factorio when he was 15. Jesus. Yeah, you've been playing longer than I have. I started playing in what, like... I don't know, like 2021 or something. I can't remember. Already holds a launch? Yeah, but if I pull it out... Oh, let's see. My garden has more flowers. I mean... But my garden did have the most flowers, man. I put some fucking time and effort into that shit. Will be a rat's nest and you cannot make me fix it? Okay. Alright, 0.11. I started in like 1.1, I want to say. I mean, I could check the... Yeah, so Megabase 1 was last worked on 3 years ago. And I probably, I don't know, obviously I started playing before that. I want to say I didn't start playing till 1.1. I want to say 4 years ago. Yeah, I want to say 4 years ago is when I first started. Yeah, I was not a Factorio beta player. I do not have that claim. For me, the game that I was on super early was PoE. The one where I was in the beta, etc. All the early builds, in constant contact with the devs, etc., etc. Yeah, that was PoE. For me. With the power pole thingies? Yeah, it was like 4 connections or something. Yeah, I remember that. Which you can download your Factorio knowledge like Neo learning Jiu-Jitsu. Hey man, I'd have to sell that for a premium. That would be pay to win. But yeah, I mean... It would be a lot, though. You might go Cyber Psycho or something. It'd be a lot to take in all at once. The thing is, like, everything is just... It's so incrementally built up, you know, over such a long period of time. Why is it not the same? Probably some relic from the earlier design with the heat pipe consideration. Yeah, I guess I can go back now. It doesn't really make a difference. But yeah, I think earlier there was like a heat pipe issue that prevented that. But yeah, we can do that now. And just bounced right off and picked it back in 2023, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's about understanding, like, what kind of game it is, really. Like, I remember sort of the same thing happened with me in Oni. Like, when I first Oni came out and I saw people playing it, I was like, oh, it's just RimWorld. And I didn't really care that much for it. But, like, the depth of the game with all the temperature management and all the layering, like, that stuff's not immediately apparent when you just glance at streams, right? I don't even know if this helps, because it still gets stuck on the wake. Like, I'd have to set this to, like, stack size 10 or some shit like that, I think. I don't know if that would actually help. But yeah, if it's stuck on this wake right now, then I think it's, like, constantly active, regardless, so... I don't even know if that does help. Yeah, I know 100%, 1000 doesn't divide into 16 easily. A smart, thin giant? I think if anything, I'm turning into a dwarf. Hobbits are supposed to be outdoors, in gardens, happily tending to their plants. Instead, here I am, sitting in a darkened cave, hammering out esoteric, magical designs that few people can understand. Yeah, no, I think I'm closer to a dwarf at this point. Yep, we are united by our love of ale. That is true. I visited Hobbiton during COVID. 0 tourists. Oh yeah, yeah. All the times, the best times to go places are all the times when people don't think to go places. When I was in high school, me and my buddies were like hugely into roller coasters for a while. Like, it kind of grew off me being hugely into Roller Coaster Tycoon to begin with. I was, like, hugely into RCT before I had ever even been on, like, a real roller coaster. It's funny because, like, then we got, like, super into roller coasters, went to all these theme parks. And my RCT designs actually improved so much. Like, I was like, oh, now that I've actually been on one and know what it's like, my RCT designs got so much better. But yeah, we used to go to the big park by Los Angeles, Six Flags Magic Mountain. We used to go there, like, multiple times a year. Like, we would have season passes, like, every year. Which were, like, super worth it. Because the season pass would cost, like, 1.5 times as much as a daily ticket. And, you know, it was obviously a year-long pass. So if you literally go to the park twice, you've already saved money. So yeah, we would have season passes, like, every fucking year. And, you know, the lines would be really long sometimes. Like, I remember when we first started going, it was back when Goliath came out, the big coaster. The really big one. Well, I guess, I don't know if it's still their biggest one. I haven't been there in a very long time. But, it had just come out. So there used to be, like, really long lines to ride it. You know, it was like a 250-foot tall, like, big, like, hypercoaster. And frequently when we went there, you know, it would be the longest line in the park, and, you know, an hour to ride it, sometimes even 2. You know, you do usually only ride it once, then move on, because it was such a long fucking line. I remember one time we went on, I think it was Christmas Eve. For some reason, we decided to go on Christmas fucking Eve or some shit. Like, literally the day before Christmas, we were like, let's go to Magic Mountain, why the fuck not? And we went to Magic Mountain, and the park is fucking empty. The park is empty. It's completely empty. There were like maybe 1,000 people in the entire park, you know, which is nothing for that park of that size. Right, like, which normally has like tens of thousands of visitors per day. But there were maybe like 1,000 guests in the entire goddamn park. At most. At most. There were no lines for anything. We went on Goliath. The train pulled back into the station. And there was barely any people in line, you know, to get back on. And the people who were running the ride operators, were just asked us, you know, you guys want to go again? And we were like, yeah, sure. So we didn't even get off the fucking train. We didn't even get off the coaster. We literally pulled into the station, the lap bars go up, we sat there, they went back down, and we went again. And this went on like 7 fucking times. I say 7, because one of my friends pussied out at 5, the other one pussied out at 6, and I was the only one to go for a full 7, and at that point, you know, I couldn't keep my friends waiting. So... And by pussied out, I mean one of them started to complain about back pain. So, yeah. So yeah, there you go. That's my big amusement park life hack, or that, you know, you can apply to a lot of other things in life to you guys, for you guys. Go on the days that no one is expecting to go. That's the best time to visit those things, visit those places. You know, go to Hobbiton during COVID, go to fucking amusement parks during major holidays. When everyone's thinking, oh, I want to spend time with my family. No, you spend time for your family going 80 miles an hour on a roller coaster. That's what you do. It's by far the best time to go. It was by far the best time we ever had at the park. Was going there Christmas Eve. Highly recommend, man. Absolutely the way to go. Those passes give you priority? No, there was no priority. It was just a season pass. It was just park entry. But yeah, no priority, just standard guest priority. Went on, like, a coaster which, you know, if we had come, like, 2 weeks sooner, we would have been waiting in line for an hour just to go on one. So we got to ride it, like, as many times as we wanted. Like, we could have gone even longer. So much fun, man. Because, you know, you don't go to these parks for the crowds, right? You don't go to these parks to interact with the, like, 10,000 other fucking people that are there. No, you go there for the rides with your buddies, you know? So the less other people that are there, the better. 100%. Only been to one Six Flags Hershey? I've only ever been to Magic Mountain. But Magic Mountain is like the biggest, or one of the biggest Six Flags parks. It is the biggest, I think, still. And if you know a lot about roller coasters, which I know way fucking more than I would like to admit, a lot of these coasters are rubber stamped across different parks. Like, you'll notice there's like an inverted Batman coaster made by Bollinger and Mabillard. I told you I know way too much about this. That's present in like literally half the Six Flags parks. That has the exact same layout in every one. Because they were just like, you know, they have this one coaster design and they just rubber stamp it across many different parks. Because designing, you know, a specific coaster is, you know, a pretty involved engineering thing. So once they have a good design, you'll see it get rubber stamped around a lot, especially in these franchise parks. Wait, you have friends? Yeah, man, it's fucking wild. It surprises me too sometimes. RC2 is fucking amazing. Yeah, I've been really wanting to play Open RC2 for a while. I might wind up playing it off stream. I kind of wanted to play it on stream. We played RCT for quite a bit, like a couple years ago on stream, and I really enjoyed it. And I think Chad enjoyed it too. It's a fun little game to watch, you know, and play. I played through all the default missions in the base game, and then I was going to play the expansions and never got around to it. But yeah, I had some nice rides in those parks. I had some cool coasters. Only had a freak accident? I mean, the coaster that I'm talking about had a freak accident. Some really overweight, like, person went on it at one point. The lap bar didn't close all the way down. They got ejected on the first hill and flew a couple hundred feet into the parking lot, you know. So yeah, the coaster I'm talking about that I went 7 times on, yeah, that killed somebody. We didn't care. Because, you know, it's like... It's kind of like rider negligence, right? If you notice the lap bar is not going all the way down because you're too fat, you should probably notify the staff. You know? If the restraints aren't locking in place, maybe you should... maybe you should be more self-aware. But yeah, I mean, a bunch of the rides at Six Flags had a death. Like, Colossus had a death as well. I've been on that one plenty as well. I can't remember what that one was. That one was much older. The death, I mean. But yeah, Goliath, yeah, I'll actually see if I can pull up the article here. Six Flags Magic Mountain Goliath. Oh no, I think I'm mixing them up. I'm mixing them up. Yeah, died after she had hemorrhaging around her brainstem. Yeah, she had a ruptured aneurysm. No, the ejected person I'm thinking about, that was Colossus. I'm getting them confused. Yeah, I'm getting them confused. Yeah, here. I mean, this stuff is simple enough that we can trust the AI summary. Yeah, there you go. 1978. Someone was ejected. Yeah, the lap bar didn't, you know, close properly. And they got like ejected into the parking lot. But yeah, the Goliath one was actually like, yeah, someone had an aneurysm that apparently popped or whatever the fuck. I mean, there's no way you can, like, you know, just a risk you take, right? It's just G-forces at the end of the day. I mean, you could accelerate too hard in your car and pop your fucking aneurysm when it comes down to it. Or brake too hard. If a couple G's are gonna kill you at some point, then you're on borrowed time regardless. Someone not doing the safety? Yeah. I mean, it's the job of the ride operators to ensure that the restraints are down there as well. But that doesn't mean you should never take personal responsibility, right? If you notice or feel something is wrong, you should speak up as well. Darwinism is underrated. It's a bit harsh. In 1978, yeah, it was very shortly after that coaster opened, I think. But Colossus is like the big famous wooden one, which was one of Six Flags' earliest coasters. Yeah, I used to be like super into this shit when I was in high school. Like for a while, I thought I was gonna be like a fucking roller coaster engineer or something. Honestly, I probably should have been. I probably would have had fun on that job. But yeah, I was like super into that shit for a while, so I know like tons about roller coaster manufacturers, types of tracks, etc., etc. My info is not all just from RCT. I remember I used to download like tons of coaster videos. Other fucking kids had their porn folders. I had my coaster video folder. I had a coaster video folder. This was back before YouTube. Remember that too. This was back before YouTube. I used to have a folder filled with like first-person views of like roller coaster rides, and I would like map out the track layouts in my head, and then reproduce them in RCT. I was fucking hardcore, man. Could it be a little? I am not autistic. Yeah, there's always somebody who thinks some shit like that. I've never been diagnosed. I have like no symptoms or whatever the fuck. Believe it or not, I'm relatively fucking normal. It's wild, It's wild. I'm just a normal person with attention to detail. Apparently you can't have attention to detail without being autistic, according to some people. Which I find kind of wild. I like vertical loops, but horizontal Gs make me sick. Yeah, you have to be... horizontal Gs are very much... it really depends on coaster rides. Like, it really is a hallmark of how well a coaster is designed to depend, whether the horizontal Gs are too severe or unpleasant, or whether you have, like, head banging, right, is what we used to call it. Like, in the older, like, poorly designed coasters, especially the ones with over-the-shoulder restraints, where you would have, like, jarring horizontal Gs and your head would just bang back and forth between the restraints. Always very unpleasant. There was one coaster at Six Flags that was particularly bad for that. I actually can't remember the name of it, but I remember the manufacturer. It was an Arrow-designed coaster. Viper, that was it. Yeah, Viper was a rough ride. It was an older ride, so the track was rough. Had those rough over-the-shoulder restraints, yeah. Yeah, I became a huge fan of, like, certain coaster companies based on how smooth the rides were. Like, B&M was my favorite company. They always had the square track. Like, if you see the square track, like, an RC2 or whatever, that's because it's based off of B&M coasters. That was kind of their signature, is having that boxy square track. They did a good job making smoother rides. Like, if you live in Los Angeles, Riddler's Revenge, the Batman ride, those were B&M. I think the new Medusa coaster, whatever it is B&M. They installed that one after I moved off to college, though, so I haven't been on it yet. Maybe one of these days I'll go back and ride all the new rides they've added. But yeah, B&M was particularly good for making smooth rides. Intamin was horrible. Intamin was... oh, God. Intamin coasters, man. Intamin coasters. Self-diagnosing? I don't need any self-diagnosis bullshit. You're definitely the opposite, the way you socialize? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of labels either. I don't know, it feels like as I got older, like, people started to love labels. Like, especially in terms of social media, they're like, oh, I must have a tag that defines me so I can find other people who are tagged like me. Like, when I grew up in high school, people fucking hated being labeled. Even, like, nerd or jock or anything like that. Like, everybody hated being fucking labeled. Six Flags is sick, coming from Australia. What was your major in college? I studied both physics and cinema. So I know a decent bit about both film and physics. Which has actually kind of influenced my worldview a lot. Like, at the time when I was in college, I didn't think too much to it. Like, I initially went there to study film. And then in the process of it, I was like, you know, I'm interested in physics and wound up doing both. But I like, since I've graduated, I've really come to the perspective that I think everybody should be forced to major and minor in like one arts degree and one STEM degree. I think that should be required for everybody. I think it should be mandatory. I think if you want to like major in sculpture, you have to let you should be minoring in like biology, right? You know, whatever is most relevant. You know, physics and film were actually a lot more closely related than you think, especially because my interest was in astrophysics, you know, like stars and stuff. Because a big thread that was very common in what I studied was light, right? Like, film is ultimately all around light. Like, astrophysics is, again, all about the study of light. So there was this very big common thread between the two of, you know, studying light, and I think it was a good pairing. It gave me a very, how should I call it, balanced perspective regarding things that I feel like when I talk to a lot of people, they don't have it, right? Like, when I talk to people who, you know, say are like studying to become doctors and they're like hardcore biology majors, you know, and then went to med school, etc., etc. Like, they feel very unbalanced, like, when I talk to them. Like, their area of knowledge and study is so narrow and so specific and so intense. They know very little about everything else. You'll never find a person more ignorant than a doctor trying to talk about anything other than medicine. Yeah, I will throw shade at the medical community. I've known too many doctors. Because, you know, in order to become a doctor, it's so much study and so much, you know, memorization, and etc., etc. You just ain't got time to learn anything else. But yeah, I think society would be a lot better off if, like, if you studied art, you need to learn a little science, and if you study science, you need to learn a little art. I think it would lead to, you know, people having much more balanced perspectives regarding how they view the world. Who wants to study in the film industry before his degree? He needs a physics degree first? Really? Yeah, there was no physics degree required. For me, the interest, as I said, was mainly in astrophysics. But, yeah. Yeah, like, as I said, they're a lot more similar than people realize. But yeah, just like, I mean, the thing is, like, there's a lot more logical pairings than you would think. Like, as I said, like, you know, if you want to study sculpture, you should be, you know, studying biology too, right? Because you're ultimately sculpting, you know, people's bodies, like, having a good understanding of biology. And if you look at, like, the details in, like, Michelangelo's, like, old sculptures and all that, like, he understood biology very well. You know, there's lots of, like, obvious pairings like that, and some non-obvious ones, too. And I think, people would benefit more if they spent a little more time in college and learned a little bit more, you know, about the arts or sciences that were related to their profession. A physics person? I mean, I never went, like, super heavy into physics after college. You know, I studied it in college, but I never, like, really did any, like, physics job-related stuff. I did some film stuff, but not, yeah. physics. But yeah, I mean, like, I did take, you know, all the higher math courses and shit like that. And some of which were an absolute bitch. Like, I still remember analytical mechanics and, like, trying to, like, you know, do fucking, like, integration and polar coordinates and shit. And going, like, my brain is fucking melting at this point. Ugh. People love labels. It gets them in their shitty behavior. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I 100% agree with that. I get so fucking annoyed with that. I get so fucking... I don't know. I just can't stand people that talk like that. Who try to always just, like, make excuses with their behavior. Going, like, you know, oh, I did this because I have ADHD. Or I did this because I have autism. It's like... It just feels so... It just feels so... I don't know. I don't know. It just feels so... I don't know what the word is. It just feels cringe, I guess, for lack of better words. It's like, yeah, like, even if you were, like, diagnosed with that, like, just constantly making excuses for what you're doing because of it, you know. I can't stand it. Anatomy and biology, why differentiate? Yeah. Lazy and deceitful, for example. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily deceitful. But it's more that... It's more that, like... You know... Everybody makes mistakes. Like, just apologize and move on. Or don't apologize and move on. You know, don't make a big deal out of it. But, I mean, there's definitely, like... I mean, there's actually, like, one streamer I follow who immediately popped in my head when you said that. Where they'll just be constantly, like, making excuses for, like, forgetting something. Saying, like, oh, I have ADHD, and it's like, they'll repeat it, like, 20 times a stream. It's like, yes, we get it. Like, stop talking about it and, you know, maybe just start writing things down for a change. Like, you know, it's... I don't know. Maybe I'm being harsh. Because, you know, I obviously don't have ADHD, but... Yeah, it just... people who just constantly make those excuses, yeah, just... Even if it's rooted in truth, it just gets tiring, right? It just gets tiring to hear it over and over. Well, I haven't changed anything on this in like the past hour now. It's just been sitting there and running. Haven't even been watching it, although, I mean, given the timings I set on it, it's definitely going to be fine at this point. Stalling content? I'm streaming on Twitch, dude. Me talking, like, is the content. I'm just trying to prolong my Factorio time. Trying to stretch it out. No, I was stalling earlier. I made it clear I was stalling. When I didn't want to do the clocking, that's when I was stalling. When I was fucking doing the sunken heat pipes on literally every square inch of a kilo. Including on the power plant. Yeah, that was me stalling. Alright, regardless of what's going on here, I might send it to A-Buck, I don't know. I really hate, like, sending him my designs and being like, you know, fix it, please, but... So what's your insert? 17? Yeah, I mean, this should be pretty easy to clock. Well, actually, it might not be. Because if they all swing at the same time, I need to have at least 48 in there, right? No, more than that. I need to have... No, yeah, I can't clock this very easily. It needs to be 64. It needs to be 64 in here, and this can't go to 64. Like, it caps at like 40, like high 40s, basically. 50 at most. So if these four were to all engage at the exact same second, there would not be enough lithium. I can clock the output, though. Right? How much do you build up to? Yeah, I can definitely clock the output. Yeah, we can just do lead follower for that pretty easily. Yeah, read that. Playing the game without making progress? Yeah, I mean, it would be better if I was actually in my live game letting it run while I was talking, right? So it could actually run, but I mean, we're running the game off stream a shitload at this point. I'm going to be running it off stream after the stream as well. Basically, from here on out, until we're done, I'm going to be running it off stream as much as I can. Greater than 16. Output happy signal. And that part's at least clocked now. You forget shit if it's hardcore, you have ADHD? See, I mean, but that's the thing, though. It's like... I forget things, too. Do you have any idea how many notepads I have? Do you have any idea how many notes I have? Especially with, like, the political stuff that I cover as well. Like, you think I remember everything off the top of my head? I have massive amounts of notes and files. Like, some are very, very long. I've had to start additional ones just, you know, to keep everything better organized. Like, I have a Factorio notepad on my other monitor, you know, right now, with a bunch of fucking notes and shit. That's literally right next to you guys on chat. You know? We live in the digital age. Externalize your memory. You can't install more RAM sticks in your head, but you can externalize that memory. You know? I don't know how people function without writing things down, like... You know, it's easy to forget things. There's so many things you have to keep track of, especially in Factorio and shit like that. Like, just, you know... Write shit down, yo! I've missed the last half of your sentence, yeah, exactly, yeah. If something is goddamn important, I write it down and don't cry about it, yeah, exactly. I even bought a small notepad pen. Yeah, I used to have that too. When I was in college, I used to have like a literal, like, separate small notebook of just notes. That wasn't, you know, for anything, like, specific class related, it was just, like, generic notes. That had, like, everything from, like, game notes to class notes to everything. I've since gone, like, completely digital. Like, I just use notepad files for everything now. But yeah, I mean, I have, like, so... I have a literal... I mean, you can even see it on my desktop. Every time, like, you guys see my desktop, like, what do you think all these are? The Valheim notes? The Valheim seeds? Like, fucking... I had a Manor Lords, Oni, Satisfactory, PoE Frisia, the main Factorio one. This isn't even all of them. There's a bunch of them on my second monitor, too. I need to clean this all up. But yeah, like, every time I start a new game, like, I'd start a new notepad file for it. Push my head so long I forgot the question? Yeah. Yeah, just drink until you forget the whole thing. The easiest way to handle it. Okay. As one last thing. Assuming we're running with this... Is there anything else we can clock down here? These have to run like constantly. There's no point in clocking that. Yeah, we're not even seeing any white lines there. The white lines are where you want to clock. I guess these should ideally be reading the recipient as well. Well, if it's output full, then yeah, I don't know. I mean, is that even gonna help? If I like have this inserter read this belt and only put rocket fuel when there's space, and then I have this read this, and to only put solid fuel in when there's space, is that really gonna make a difference? It's versus just the circuit overhead. Like, I know circuits are inherently multi-threaded, but they still have to interact with the main thread to some degree. Like, I think the circuit overhead would just put that in a negative. Notes folder for text notes, backs up the specific Google Drive, yeah. I'm helping train AI? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are you planning to do with your AI? Start to use pen and paper right at the next meetings, place it? Yeah. Yeah, like, I have another notepad. I have a notepad file I just call calendar. And if there's anything, like, I need to remember in terms of a certain date or time, like, it goes right on there. It also has a ton of other non-calendar specific notes, which is why I use a notepad and not an actual calendar, but that's another story. Your data in the Google Drive? Yeah. Yeah, that would be my fear about, like, feeding all my personal notes to an AI to get it to, like, you know, be more like how I want it or something. That's like, I'm just literally feeding all my fucking personal info to the surveillance state, like, basically. It's like, here you go, Mr. CIA handler. You don't need to worry about digging through my shit. I'm just gonna make it all public for you. Like, if you hear people in the intelligence communities talk about social media, like, you'll hear them, like, echo the same thing. They're like, social media was, like, insane for intelligence gathering. Like, shit that they would have to, like, you know, really, like, dig and, you know, and speculate about people. Like, people just now just fucking post it. They just post it. They just post it, you know. All their personal information is now just, you know. It's like the Morpheus convo from Deus Ex. You guys remember that? Do I need to play it real quick? Probably the most prophetic and prescient video game ever created. Like, it was probably like, you know... Yeah, here, I'm playing it for you guys. I have zero social media? Yeah, I don't use social media at all. Like, I have accounts that are just, like, dead that I don't use, you know? But I don't actually use it at all anymore. I got off, like, all that stuff a while ago. Yeah, here, let me get this away so you can actually hear it. Okay, so this is, I want to play this for you guys. If you haven't played Deus Ex, you really, really should. But this is a conversation that I probably play, like, every other year or something, because it's just... It's just, you know... worth revisiting in just how prescient it was. Now, keep in mind that this game came out in 1999, back when the internet was still in its infancy, and, you know, the world was fucking terrified of the Y2K problem. So this came out in 1999 and is a conversation that you, as the main character, have with an artificial intelligence in the game. Like, actual AI, not the fucking, you know, bullshit LLMs we have these days. Oh, here, let me mute my music for a second. So this last part right here is like super fucking hard hitting. The need to be observed and understood was once satisfied by God. Now we can implement the same functionality with data mining algorithms. Can you guys hear the voice or read the subtitles well enough? Like, do I need to read them again? Because I feel like it might be hard to hear the voice over the music. Okay. Alright. It's readable? Okay, yeah. Yeah. This fucking line is something I have quoted many times in the past. This line and the next part coming up. That's a line I quote a lot before, or in the past, and probably in the future too. You know, the whole philosophical argument about judgment, and how, like, you know, without the desire for judgment, the cohesion for groups is impossible, and therefore so is civilization. Is, I don't know. This is like, if you haven't played this game, you should play it. I still consider it to be like basically the most philosophical game ever played, and this is just one of like many hard-hitting conversations. Like, yeah, as Guy said, there's, yeah, the conversation at the top of the Empire State Building at the end of the first level with the NSF guy. There's that one as well. There's the bartender conversation in Hong Kong as well, which is a fascinating conversation for me, by the way, because as I've gotten older and I've learned especially about political theory, I actually know exactly what that bartender's political theory was supposed to represent, and, you know, what those views essentially were. But I played the game for years without ever being able to articulate that. And so it's one of those games where it's like, the more I've learned about political theory, the harder it hits, because it's a very, you know, like the writers for this game were just hitting it out of the fucking park. They were very, very well educated. Yeah, if you can't read that part, the human being created civilization not because of willingness, but because of a need to be assimilated into higher orders of structure and meaning. Of course, absolute banger right there. God was a dream of good government. But yeah, if you haven't played this game, I highly recommend it. It's an absolute trip. Alright, what is this? What did you do? You use, yeah. I don't know if use, see, this is my thing. Is using that many, is the circuit overhead, using that many combinators to clock that few inserters actually worth it? Because that is a lot of overhead right there for only 4 inserters. Like, if we were clocking like 100 inserters, but yeah, I know what you did. You used another set of combinators to stagger the timers. So I had the same idea, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the overhead is going to make it worth it. Is this some part of hidden interaction as part of the main story? It's part of the main story if you, like, you know, do a good job of going around. It's pretty hard to miss him. You'll get to one area and he'll be, like, sitting in the middle of an area. And if you go and talk to him... The trick to remember is that, like, with a lot of conversations with Deus Ex, you can continue the conversation. Like, you'll go speak to them, you'll have a few words, and then the conversation will end. But if you talk to them again, you can, like, press them further, kind of thing. But yeah, it's all the big conversations. Yeah, they're basically along the main story. Like that one, the bartender and the one at the top of the Empire State on the first level, I think are like 3 of the hardest hitting ones. But like there's a lot more to it, right? Like it's not just like those 3 and that's it. Like the philosophy of the game is like very heavily like interwoven with the entire game itself. Maybe I can make one clock to clock all the blades. Yeah, maybe it's just a pain in the ass to run the circuits at that point. And I already had the output inserters clocked. The output's easy enough to clock. And we're just doing lead follower there. But yeah, we might implement that. I need to... decide if it's worth doing that much, so... One clock to clock them all? Yeah, I mean... I'm sort of... I don't know. The thing is, like... The problem is, I don't know how circuit overhead actually works. Right? Like, I don't know how much, like, main thread overhead there actually is. Given that most of it is multi-threaded, right? But I'm assuming whatever interacts with inserters or whatever would have to be on the main thread. No, I got the reference, but like it's also relevant to what we're doing. Did you really have to split this up into 3? Like, it couldn't even be 2? It's 4? 114, 35, 48. Like, that can't work? So, 2 pair? So they each have to be clocked individually? That feels really bad. I mean, even if I did want to have one of these clocking all the blades together, that's 4 fucking wires to be running between blades, like, literally just for the lithium. Like, in some of the other blades, like, I even stopped running the wires between them because it was pain in the ass. Like this one, yeah. We kind of realized that, like, this can reach to this, but not to that, and that's the one it needs to reach to. Two single? Yeah, no, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the work you did. It's good work, very good work, but I just don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if it's worth it. Like, one thing I was talking about with A-Buck over the past couple of days is we talked a bit about the yellow science. And he was mentioning that clocking the flying frame to yellow science and surges probably, like, literally isn't even worth it. And I'm kind of wondering if the same principle applies here. An upper manager talking to a company employee? I think A-Buck is basically the CEO of clocking at this point. The rest of us are just interns. A-Buck and Conage, they run the company. The rest of us are on minimum wage. The clock company. I'm underweight then. You could have just said homeless and unemployed. There you go, reach. There's the continuation. Alright, well, anyway. We'll, oh, you got another one? Shit. Two singles? Yeah, I'll probably just send all of it to A-Buck and ask him, like, if it's worth it. Like all of this together, I mean. Here, let me put this on this side. And maybe he can see if there's a better way to do this. Because, yeah, the clocking thing, either I screwed something up or it's not quite getting it right. But, I mean, this is basically working. It's just active for longer than we'd like. But yeah, we'll finish that up in the metallurgic tomorrow. Probably start working on the Gleba blade, too. But either way, it is that time of night. It is time for us to part, and we will pick this up tomorrow. And Factorio is very quiet right now. Hawk is back on Valheim, so you know what, let's give him a raid. Dump me and Muckies? Is Mucky even on? I didn't see him on Factorio. You're going to Pac either way. Oh, Derek's on. I didn't even see him. We can raid him tomorrow. He's been playing He's been playing WoW apparently. Yeah, he's been going hard on HC Classic. Anyway, enjoy my boy Pock. Is doing some gardening, like a true hobbit. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll try to finish clocking these blades and probably start working on the Gleba one too. Or maybe the yellow and purple. Depends. Depends on which suffering I decide to choose. Which brand of suffering. Alright, have a good night, guys. Sleep well.